Good evening, everyone. How is everyone? Yeah, hold on. Let me just move this in a sec. I'll just get the spitter in the way. Spit, spit, spit. Anyway, that's what they call it, a spitter or whatever. It sort of just allows the audio to basically be much better. So you keep it in front of your mouth and anyway, let's get on with all the frivolities and away from the nonsense that I'm prone to. Jonathan, good to have you here. Richard, always a pleasure, mate. Always a pleasure. Richard, you've got some competition. Mr. Mars, Musculus. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. To you as well. Oh, God. NTL, Richard, you've got more competition than you can poke a stick at. The mice are basically appearing from all over the place. God, they must have come out of those Ukrainian grain silos. Good to have you here, Quick Mouse. Quick on the point. Tom, always a pleasure, mate. Yes, you'd be at work. That's right. Anyway, what's this Monday business anyhow? It's my flex day. Yesterday I was entertaining myself. So, I had to shift it, I can't give up my social butterfly type, my socializing, you could say, agenda. That's it. Well, no, I'm trying to use something. No, don't worry. I made a mess of it. Oh, God, live. Yeah, it's always awful live. You're trying to think things outside. You're sort of focused. Okay, what are they going to ask? Likely to focus the mind, and then you try to get into frivolities, and you make it an absolute, clown of yourself. That's what I just did. Cecile, good to see you here. Dave, always a pleasure, mate. Stephen, because I just felt like it. Because I was socializing yesterday, so I had no option but to do it on Monday. I had a flex day as well on Monday, like I wasn't working today. So I had the option of doing that. And I go, since I'm socializing on Sunday, and I was doing other things on Saturday evening, I decided I'll do a Monday program. I have done it before. It's not the first Monday that I've done this. Have done it before. And I probably will do it in the future again when I need a Sunday for some other purpose of socializing primarily. You just have to keep the feelers, keep the ears to the ground so you know what's happening. But you are here, so, Rajesh, good to have you here, mate. Always a pleasure. Fair enough, Roy. On the Monday thing, well, it's happening, whether people like it or not, Um, get with reality and accept it. Oggy, Oggy. Always a pleasure. G'day, Lamps. Oops. And Nathan, good to have you here, mate. Keep you out of trouble. Don't ask Dave those questions. You may get an inappropriate answer. Tracy, you were late. You usually hear the first one off the rack. Either yes, somebody kept you busy. Wasn't hubby. Let's not get into details, please. NTL, Harry, question: have you done a video about the mechanisms of the body making cholesterol and its building blocks? If not, can you explain how to boost it? Thank you. As long as you eat a species appropriate diet, your body will create, you know, the amount you need. Simple as that. You know? So it's not like I'm going to produce more. No, you're not. Your body will produce. That's why there are some people that are hyper responders. They tend to basically they will increase their under the influence of certain things, especially the ApoE 4-4s and 4-3s and 4-2s, tend to produce far more cholesterol. They also seem to also be more robust against pathogens as well. So it is an advantage. And it was the ancestral way. So it was a shift, 200 odd thousand years ago, the ApoE3 emerged. Then about 280,000 odd years ago, the ApoE2 emerged. That's remnant chylomicrons, actually fats, getting in from circulation into the liver to be re-exported as VLDL, which means that basically then you will end up with more LDL as a consequence, depending on how quickly the uptake into via the receptors in the liver. So it all comes down to that. Now, obviously, because if you take up something quickly and you've got sugar in there as well, that could engage the Randall cycle. Not a good thing. Sort of what we call insulin resistance at the liver level. Really is blockade, Randall cycle activation at the liver level, so to speak. So, those glacial periods that were warmer 200 odd thousand years ago and 80 odd thousand years ago started a bit earlier, but humans basically would have when you get warmer spells, you get leaner animals, and as a consequence, humans do succumb to eating some plants as a consequence. And that would have made that shift as a protective mechanism that would have happened to be able to deal with, but also dealing with and that we're talking about small influxes of sugar, not high influxes like today. We're just not adapted for this level of coming into the system. So so it is all related to that. So you cannot actually increase beyond. If you eat animal foods, you will generate more because you will actually drive the usage of energy. That means, and it all comes down to the ApoE. So if you're taking it up quickly, that chylomicron remnant, the fat that's coming through the diet, you'll export it much faster, and you'll export more of it, which basically means that you will end up with more LDL as a consequence, as it shrinks from a VLDL to an IDL to an LDL. So it just shrinks, and you end up with more cholesterol inside. So when they do the test, they find higher, but it doesn't mean anything. Even the chylomicrons have cholesterol in them that have come in through the diet, fat-soluble vitamins and everything else. The only difference is we don't measure them. So depending on your ApoE uptake or through those receptor sites, you can still have circulating the same amount that is required by your body. But when you do the test, it looks smaller because they're only looking at this fraction. They're not looking at the totality of LDL circulating in all these different lipoproteins. Got it? So it's nonsense. Don't worry about it. People worry far too much. It's just BS in that regard. As long as you're eating species appropriate food and you're getting enough of the precursors for cholesterol, you're getting enough, and you're not taking statins, and you're getting enough basically of the stuff that will help you build healthy tissue, and that's proteins and animal fats, that's where the focus is. Don't worry about it. And you can't boost it beyond your genetic capacity. So, give you stuff like that. And, for instance, myself, I've got an ApoE33. I tend to basically never get into the high cholesterol levels, even when I'm eating an animal-based diet. And others that have got, like David Feldman, he's got a 4-3, bang, he's a hyper-responder. Shit happens. It's just the way it is. genetics. People need to stop worrying about it. Anyway, it's irrelevant, basically. Give the body the right food and let it worry about it because it's been doing it for a very long time and it knows what it's doing. Yeah, I know. So many mice. Yeah, I know. It's incredible. They must have come out of the grain silos from the Ukraine. All those rats leaving a sinking ship. Must be it. They're coming over here. uh, G'day, Lilith. Good to see you here. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. Just been busy. Still dealing with Mira's basically business plan. I'm behind it. She's not happy. Anyway, I'm being harassed by my woman to get things done. Looking good, Roy. Don't tell Harry. I said that. I won't. You may get offended. Angela, good to have you here. Fluffy rainbows. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Have you done an iodine patch test recently? Give it all the rage. It's all the rage, is it? I must have missed. I must have not got the memo. I have started supplementing Tudrone. I basically just use iodinized salt and and most of the time I get most of my iodine from food, and selenium. Just eating more eggs. If I eat more eggs, I don't use my iodinized salt. If I don't, then I use my iodinized salt. If I eat fish, I don't worry about it. So yeah. And usually with the fish, I don't want to use the iodinized salt. I use the other one, which is the flake stuff that is really nice. It's got like a sweetness to it. So, yeah. And I think last time, this was ages ago, I'd done a test and I was fine. And now I'm actually consuming slightly more. So I definitely won't have the problem if I didn't have it then. So, I'm not really worried. Is it the rage? Is it? Everybody's doing a patch test. Okay. As I said, I didn't get the memo. It's typical in the low carb community. You get all these basically, sort of gurus jumping out, and everybody runs away. And I go, well, I wonder what if you had a Maasai looking at this, or an Inuit, a traditional Inuit on the side, they'd look and they go, those bloody Westerners are crazy people, aren't they? They poke themselves and this and that, and they're just not happy eating animal foods. They just don't trust the stuff. They've been so well brainwashed for so many years. Yes. Gotta, at some point, release the brainwashing and accept the N15 data and not worry too much about all this nonsense about, let me do this, let me do an anal pap smear or whatever. It's just getting ridiculous, some of the stuff that people get into. Anyway, yes, I've never seen a tribal person do some of those things, or flushing their rear end out or whatever. Yes. Fashionable, interesting. That some people find satisfaction in that sort of stuff, but no thanks. Truly no thanks. When it's very hot like now, I can't eat much. Yeah, that's normal for any human. And you don't want to do too much work either. That's normal for all humans, especially fatty things. Is the body also needing less nutrients when it's hot? Is it a problem to eat less fat for some periods? No, it's not a problem. If you've got a bit on board, your body will just use more on board. If you've got less on board, it'll tell you. It'll actually make you hungry. You'll go, I don't have any energy on board because you're too lean, and it'll go, please give me some fat, or sugar. But obviously, we'll take the fat rather than the sugar as energy for the obvious reasons we know. Randall cycle, not only that. deuterium, blah, 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 all these other fat reasons, better quality for the mitochondrial health, those sort of things. But generally speaking, yeah, when it's hotter, you tend to, you also need more protein when it's cold. I tend to eat more protein, like more meaty stuff, and I get enjoyment out of that. It actually heats you, has a thermic effect to your body. It actually makes you warmer when you eat, animal foods, and more of them. We're in the summer period. Even I sort of, switch to fish, and I sort of have more seafood and other things, and sort of drop to some extent. Not that I'm still having, but not to the same quantity. And again, there's all these sort of variations that happen, genetics differences, adaptations. Yeah, quite a lot. Anyway, 2 drops of Lugol's iodine a day. Never tried it, never used it, probably never will. There has to be a flexible ratio. Yes, flexible ratios. Don't tell me you want a balanced lifestyle, Richard. Don't tell that to the other Kiwi over there. You'll really upset him. I'm not surprised. Well, I actually have to say, when there were threats of nuclear bombs being lobbed left, right, and centre, I did go out and actually buy myself iodonised salt additional and some iodine supplements and all that, and I stored that and said, just in case. So yeah, I know what you mean, but I didn't go that far. You really went to market. You really went overboard. Yes. But it's very hot. When it's very hot like now, yep, okay. I think you place that twice in there. We've answered that. Don't tell that to Barkay. Balance and flexibility. I can get away with things now because he's not here. He was on the earlier episode. He's going to be dealing on Thursday with Salad Boy. Yes, he's got a video coming video dealing with him on Thursday, this coming Thursday. So this coming Thursday, Barkay's got a video on Salad Boy, so that'll be a good one. We'll actually see how much he's glycating himself. Apparently quite a bit nowadays, from what people have told me. I can't confirm or deny because I haven't checked, but from what people have been telling me. I also seem to have arse developing where a couple of pancakes used to be. It's all about the other stuff. Harry, how's your dad doing? Still flexing his muscles in front of the local old girls? Yeah. Well, probably not. I don't know what he's been doing recently. Hope to emulate him in my future. Yes, yes. No, he's pretty good. I actually had lunch with him today. So that's why I left early, because I was going to have lunch with him. And he had somewhere to go in the afternoon. So usually I do it later. We have a late lunch, like on normal Sundays, but he said, "Oh, I've got other things," and I go, "Okay, I'll drop in earlier." So, yes. And recently we upgraded his TV because I had given him a large TV in the past. One of my previous TV. It was a digital TV, and all that, but it only had standard definition. He's had it now for a number of years. It's a big plasma, and he used to watch the Greek news on SBS in the mornings, and that's pretty much all he does. He turns that on and turns it off. That's it. He doesn't bother with TV much. And so they switched it to channel 35 and it just doesn't pick it up. So it was, so it'd be, I need a new TV. So I actually came across a TCL. I think it's TCL. It's a Chinese TV, but they had it from $500. They had it down to $400, and most of the others they're all about $395 or around that price, and they were just really low in many features. And this one had AI in it. You can actually talk and say SBS, and it'll actually go or channel 35 or whatever, and it'll actually respond and all that. So. And they had it discounted, quite a bit. So I said, there's the one. So the other one was 42 inches. This is 43. I said, about the same. You're getting the same size, but it's lighter. That's the only difference. So yeah. So basically, and that other one, God, it was bloody heavy plasma. Big plasma TV. Grabbing one of those and moving it. Not fun, let's put it that way. So, yes. In the old days, I would have pulled a muscle, but anyway, I'm a bit fitter and stronger nowadays, luckily. Due to the carnivore diet, it must be. But, yeah, he's doing much better now. He's pretty good. And he's happy. So he's got his garden. We had to clear out his garden. That was a bit of a hassle. That tree that fell down and stuff like that, so damaged his, lemon tree, and he wasn't happy about that at all. So, so he was a bit annoyed, but it's all been sorted now. Yes, a lot of people are. Unfortunately, a lot of people are. And it's also, you've got the halogens, you've got exposure to a lot of different things that actually, fluoride, stuff like that affect iodine levels in the body. So that's the other thing. I did show people Grant's Australian brand of toothpaste. You can buy it at the supermarkets in Australia, and it's quite competitively priced at $3 a pop. But when you go into Woolies or Coles, don't look at the middle aisles because you won't find it there. You have to look at the bottom aisles because it's in the bottom aisles. So, but Grant's is they've got the mild mint one, which I get. Anybody, you can go back and see it. I was actually showing it in the previous live stream, so most people will actually see it when they get a chance. And that one is 0 fluoride and 0 a lot of other crap that you find traditionally. So it was produced in 1984 by I think it was a family again that actually produced it, though. I think vegetarian type background and stuff like that, alternatives that developed it. And really, they just wanted to create a toothpaste that didn't have all these chemicals and fluoride and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's the one I use. I don't know whether it's available overseas or in which country. So, but in the Australasian region, you can definitely get it. But beyond that, don't know. You'll have to search and look. But it's competitively priced compared to, your Colgates and all that. It's actually slightly cheaper, unless you go for the full minty one. But why would you want extra mint? I mean, some people, I don't know, want extra things in theirs. I don't bother. I just go for the plain version, or the mild mint, or the plain one. Some like the extra minty flavor in their mouth. Anyway, they can pay for it. It usually costs a couple of shillings more. When Roy catches up, where he might comment on the iodine topic. Oh, God. I'm going to send a halogen drone in your direction just to basically pour halogens all over you, Richard, and deplete your iodine for that comment. How dare you? I'm doing a Greta. How dare you, Richard? When air fried. Uh, I haven't. I still haven't bought an air fryer. Everybody keeps on telling me, "Why have you bought an air fryer?" Really? Do I have to buy one? I haven't used one. I have used one, but somebody else's, and it was actually basically um, for basically to. This was for pork crackle that I basically used it. So yeah, I thought that was more important than other things. Um, look, a certain level of absorption does happen by the skin, but it can vary from people to people. And so the question there is, if you think you're getting a specific dose, are you really getting that dose? Maybe, maybe not. Where orally, you're going to get the exact dose that's prescribed for the amount that you're actually taking. So that's sort of the difference. Where skin can vary quite a bit from person to person, and we don't know why. Whether it's the due to the morphology of the epidermis, or whether it's because of genetic reasons, the way that morphology is, differences, even those slight differences. Nobody's really worked that out. I've never seen any research to really tell me exactly. But you know, you know, do you need to apply it that way, or do you like to rub it into that skin of yours, Richard? Is that it? An excuse to rub something into your skin? Yeah. They must be Ukrainian. Ethan, I just had a week away in Cape York. Lovely place. And had a lot of cheap meals and drinks. Like, yeah, on holidays, yes, I've done that as well. Believe me, you're not the only one. It was very hard to avoid, apart from getting back on the carnival wagon. Do you have any other advice? Look, usually when I'm on holidays, I usually say to people, especially if you're doing alcohol and carbs, usually B vitamins are going to be depleted, and so will choline. So that's the two things that I sort of supplement on a daily basis when I'm on holidays, and I know I'm going to be having a lot of indiscretions. So I know what you mean. The other thing is we don't know what the food supply, what you can actually access as food, and a low dose vitamin E, the Jarrow one, which is Toco. It's called the Toco one, TOCO. That will actually refresh, will electron done. And also it is the full complex. So it actually is a bit better in dealing with PUFA, oxidized PUFA. The other one that's really important as well, but you don't take it on every day, you take it every third day, and that is astaxanthin. And astaxanthin, there's a good quality one which I think they use coconut oil to put it in, or to the oil that they use, and that's on iHerb. I just can't remember the brand at the moment. And that one, basically, astaxanthin, you take it every third day because it does bioaccumulate, and you don't want too much of that. It's the stuff that's around, the red stuff around the middle part of the fish. What that does is it deals with oxidized PUFA, and fish tend to have more PUFA. That's another reason why you should never eat skinless fish, because you're losing the astaxanthin that is actually the protective component, which when you consume it, let alone the skin's collagen, when you consume it, that astaxanthin actually refreshes the fatty acids of the PUFA. It's a massive electron donor and basically stabilizes them and sort of reconfigures them back into a stable PUFA, which means that you're going to have less oxidation consequences as that, or at least at a minimal, they basically provide enough stability. The word is stability to the PUFAs that are coming in from these oxidized oils or whatever, because you're going to go to restaurants, you don't know what the sources are, which is a problem. And so, yes, you are likely to get exposed to things like that. So that's the other sort of stuff that I usually take with me. Yes, I know it's a bit of a bag full of stuff to take with you, but you want to minimize. You ask me how do I minimize my damage? Well, that's how you minimize your damage. Doesn't mean you eliminate the damage. You're minimizing it. Just keep that in mind. So it's not a license to continue doing that sort of behavior, because the Randall cycle is still real, and that still will create, and no amount of antioxidants can deal with that, with Randall cycle activation and the deleterious effects or the excess deuterium or stuff like that. So all we're doing is reducing some of the oxidative stress, but that doesn't mean it's eliminating a whole lot of other factors that are deleterious as well. Those sort of things, well, you can't really deal with deuterium. Well, you sort of indirectly by using deuterium depleting water, but it is expensive stuff to take on holidays to basically dilute the deuterium you're taking. But if you are extremely wealthy and you wanted to really cover all bases, yes, you probably could do that as well. So, yeah. Special coating, my dear, special coating. It's a secret. You're giving away too many things, Lilith. Makes for an interesting tan mousey. Not a problem. I did it, Pim Johnson, which is with it. So that's an extra S. She's in my featured channels. You can go to hers directly and look me up, or you can also go to a playlist that I've got. It's called Pim's Chats with Pim. And that one I did an APOE with her. That's why I haven't bothered doing one on my channel, since I've already done one on hers covering the subject quite comprehensively. I haven't bothered doing an APOE on my channel. So I just have the people directed to watch that. And there's a playlist, and I've done a couple of things with her, which people may find interesting on a number of subject matters, including the last one was on taurine, and the earlier one was on, Randall cycle, the early low-fat diets and the reasons for that, the nutritional guidelines and a lot of that sort of stuff. They're getting a bit of a historical background on that side of things, which people may find interesting, especially the pre-Randall 1963 research that I talk about. So there's other things to find. Put gloves on first. We don't know. We don't know much about the microbiome yet. That's true. We don't. So I just don't understand how it can be helpful to take some bacteria when on antibiotics, for example. Are there countless differences? Yeah, look, Dietary is one that is well known, the one that I talk about, which is DSM 17938. That is the one that in that Swedish preparation of Bulgaria that is actually produced. That strain specifically has been proven in research, real research, not just associational epidemiological claptrap. Actual real research to suppress C. diff. I've actually done a video on C. diff. If you look it up, C. diff and a number of other pathogens. So it's actually, and it's one that's due to glyphosate and antibiotics over use. It has reduced in a lot of the Western population up to 90%, and that also Bifidobacteria infantis. So yes, there are specific strains that are very important that we bring back. The birth canal of a mother is very acidic. because it's protected, but also that's where a lot of lactobacillus reside. So when you're coming through the birth canal as a child, you get coated with lactobacillus. And then, but they are very vulnerable to antibiotics, and lactobacillus is also very vulnerable to glyphosate, which has antibiotic properties. And people have been consuming a lot of glyphosate, rinsed or sprayed kibble for a very long time, and have probably caused a lot of derangements in the gut microbiome. So even if you try to balance it with taurine, because taurine in meat and seafood has a gut modulating effect. So the ultimate way to modulate your gut is by that. But you still need certain gut microbiome, bacterial strains to be put back that are missing. Over time, if you eat animal foods, you probably will get them from the meat, from the dairies and stuff like that over time. But we use these methods to get them in fast. And sometimes we also do, we'll crush those pills and we'll actually put them into a kefir to actually create more than into the billions rather than the millions that it comes in. So you can actually create a bigger amount. So you can try to populate. And that will have beneficial effects in suppressing H. pylori, suppressing C. diff, suppressing a number of pathogenics, and then together with taurine that comes from animal foods or supplementation, because you may have things that are depleting taurine, like, mold, oxalate, a number of things that are depleting it, for whatever. And as a consequence, you can't actually modulate and balance properly your digestive system. So yeah, we may not know enough, but we do see when we balance a quite stable, healthy microbiota, it tends to have more bifidobacteria, still has Firmicutes, but much lower, and also tends to have more lactobacillus and certain other strains. And that seems to basically provide a very, now exactly all the details, we still haven't done enough research. We know that some are beneficial, some are pathogenic, and some are just neutral. And even some of the pathogenics, in the sort of right amount, can have some side benefits indirectly by keeping other things under control, like yeasts and stuff like that from over, so it's still complicated. But what we do find is when you activate inflammasome, which is what taurine does or a carnivore diet does, inflammasome then directly modulates and regulates all the downstream components that regulate the gut microbiome and actually suppress automatically those things that are deleterious, and rebalance it to what we see in sort of normal. But you could still be missing certain strains, and then you may not be able to digest certain things properly, or may have certain still some allergic type reactions with certain things because you're missing those things. And a lot of people that have had so-called lactose issues, whether it's where they just couldn't tolerate, they'd get diarrhea if they drank milk, and then they did kefir with some of these strains, and now they can tolerate milk. And one of these people was Hello Kitty's friend. I know him now. He's called Mr. Baby. He comes on sometimes. You can ask him. He basically sorted out his problem, and he's Hong Kong Chinese, and doesn't have any lactose problems anymore. So there you go. So there are ways we can help our gut microbiome, even though we don't fully understand it. And that's through anecdotal trial and error, which is what I've done and many other people have done. I've looked at the research, and the best way to influence the gut through taurine and certain bugs and certain bacteria strains, and with kefirs, that sort of combo, And the B vitamins, the 3-month B vitamin thing, no more than 3 months, please, because you could end up with insomnia because of pantothenic acid accumulation. And then you basically have the vitamin D component that the beneficial bacteria need. So you need to get your vitamin D status sorted as well. So it's all these little things, and things sort of normalize and sort themselves out. So, yes. Anyway. IT, no tea. No thanks. Okay. It doesn't matter. Yeah, look, when it comes to StreamYard, it doesn't remove it. So anything you put in, even if you retract it, it stays there. So yeah, look, even I do Mickey Mouse mistakes. Because sometimes you're pressing on and it just goes, and then I post it, and then I look at it and go, oh, I just misspelt that, or did this or that, and I go, oh shit, and I go in and edit it. So I know what you mean. It's just trying to get in quickly. Yeah, I do that as well. Nothing wrong. It's human to err. Eye patch testing appeared in 6 hours equals severe deficiency. Also, taking pig thyroid in small quantities, I've gone hyperthyroid. Okay. Be very careful when not going over too much on those stuff. I mean, sometimes we can go overboard on things. We need to be careful. It's just basically bringing it back to baseline and getting some stuff in. There is certain ranges. We just don't need to go too crazy about it. I just sort of stick to those ranges. I know a certain amount of foods, and I've done a video on iodine, and I've actually shown the different foods and how much quantity you can get. And as long as I'm within that range, and I'll put a bit of iodinized salt here again just to make sure that I'm in that range, I'm fine. I don't get too wound up about it. You can drive yourself crazy trying to get perfection. It's not going to happen. Just try to live actually the lower stress by just enjoying life and trying to stick as much closer to a species appropriate diet most of the time is the most important thing. In Instagram, I see low carb community recommending magnesium glycinate compulsory for sleep and cramps. Any thoughts, Harry? Don't need it. Waste of money. Don't throw it. The thing that regulates all ions in the body, including magnesium, calcium actually, if removed, lowered in the brain, you basically reduce excitation and increase GABA-A expression. And the thing that does that is taurine. And what is taurine in? It's if you're not getting enough from the diet, you can supplement a bit, and that would be a much cheaper and more effective supplement to take, and that would eliminate cramps and all that because it would regulate all your electrolytes and stuff like that. So you'd end up basically at the nephron level of your kidneys. You would basically recycle back magnesium, potassium, sodium, and whatever else you needed at the right quantities because it's properly regulated. But when you don't have enough taurine in your system and you drop your insulin, you can't hold on to stuff as well, and you can have these sort of issues. But that's the sort of the high fat, low protein type approach in some of the keto community chasing ketone nonsense that people get that. So please don't chase ketones. Focus on being in a low grade ketosis, popping in and out, and getting enough protein into you, and that should sort those things out. You won't have cramps or anything like that. Once I moved to eating more animal foods, all that went away, which was great. I have done videos on magnesium, potassium, on the excretion rates. Check it out. Harry Serpanos, magnesium, Harry Serpanos, potassium. You'll find exactly 192 milligrams for potassium, 120 odd, 100 from the urine, 20 from the feces, and you can recycle some of that back if you're slightly lower, as long as you've got your kidneys are able to regulate. And the thing that helps to regulate fluids and ions, taurine. So as long as you're getting enough meat, or at least supplementing taurine, then you should be pretty good in that regard. But people who live very hot regions and don't eat much regularly, they get deficiencies over time. Let's put it this way. Remember what you, through complex 4, and I've talked about this before, so when you're in, let's say, what's the other? Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn. So you're within that band, so within the tropical zone. You pretty much, you're getting up to 30% extra energy as long as you expose large parts of your body. 30% extra energy via cytochrome C, so complex 4 within the mitochondria. So you can actually get 30% more energy. So your requirements further away, closer to the equator, drop by, so you're getting 30% extra. So they drop. The further away from the equator you are, the higher the requirement for energy becomes, because you can't tap into solar radiation. And as a consequence, then you need to get that from metabolic water, from fat, like the Inuit did and stuff like that. That's when, and deuterium depletion, you can't do. You can do it in those sort of latitudes, because higher UV hitting your skin can actually also reduce better higher level deuterium depletion. But the further away you are, you need fat basically for metabolic water. So it's different. So there you can actually tolerate slightly high deuterium content of water supply in the tropics compared to the further away in terms of latitude. So that's another kettle of fish I get dragged into. My mind goes there immediately because I think about these other things because they're important. It's not just eat this sort of stuff. There are really, really important, these shifts compared to latitude, these shifts in terms of energy and where you're getting it from. That's the difference. That's why you can't compare, living in an Arctic environment and living in basically a tropical environment. Very different things. And it's probably one reason why vagoons on, that go to the tropics actually do far better than people in in those different latitudes away from the tropics, because 1, they can't deplete deuterium, and 2, they can't get enough energy, and their foods don't give them enough. But they can get extra 30% if they're in the tropics for free. So there are differences in that regard. And that's probably why your body goes, well, I don't need as much. I'm getting it from the sun, that additional. So that could be another factor. There's a lot of things that are at play. As I said, life is a complicated amongst a lot of signals, the body, and even if you're not getting enough, the signaling may still be happening. This is a complicated area that we don't fully understand very well. And so I would love somebody to do an experiment about satiety, about, with solar, different levels of UV exposure. No research. So I'm just speculating. It's good quality speculation, I'll say, because it's based on, thinking mechanistically through, but at the same time, it's still speculation. But we do know about the extra energy you will get. So that could be a factor. There's a lot of factors. And it could also be, even if you're not getting, there's still the signaling, because there's the anticipation encoded in our genes saying you're going to get it, even though you don't. And then you don't really feel as energized because you didn't get either from the sun or from the food. These are complicated things to explain or really discuss because of the lack of research in those areas. And so I'm going, these are behaviors that people have. Could it be? And I'm giving you some speculative reason why these may be playing out these ways. Food for thought. Harry, someone I know here. High carb, sad diet, Paulba. Suffers from extremely swollen legs and ankles. Well, that's just water retention, high insulin. What are the key drivers in the SAD diet? The type of swelling, yeah, high insulin due to excessive sugar in the system. It's excessive Randall cycle activation, basically. So high fat, high sugar. That's what the standard SAD diet is. So yeah, a lot of people get this. They're basically waterlogged. The way, basically, if you go back and look at the video that I did years ago with Pim Johnson, and that was on the dietary guidelines and all. It's the first video that I did with her. I actually discussed Walter Kempner's research back in the 1930s. He was the original creator. Forget about Ansel Keys. This guy that came out of Germany, this Jewish guy, he was the actual originator of the low-fat diet. He really did the research and showed that you could he didn't know about the Randall cycle. Philip Randall had to work that out and publish that in 1963 in the early 60s. This guy basically realized that very quickly that if you go on a low carb diet, you will retain water far more. So in order to avoid that, he basically made sure that nobody took electrolytes. No salt, no nothing. So you wouldn't retain as much water because of the higher glucose, higher insulin response. And that's how he avoided his... They were still able to lean... And that's why vegans don't actually salt or anything like that much. Unless the ones that are, on a sad vegan style diet, and they get all fat and annoying. But most of they're more like the sad dieters in terms of their profile. But really, it's really fluid retention. That's what it really is. You can regulate, you can lower the glucose and improve glucose clearance, and reduce the effects, sort of pre-diabetic or diabetic effects with taurine supplementation, as long as they're not taking, blood pressure meds. I've talked about this. I've done a video on the effects, how you need to manage that sort of stuff. I'm not going to talk about it now. The video, I've done it. I've talked about it profusely in so many past live streams, and you've probably heard it too many times. So really it's water retention. They need to change their diet or take some taurine, which will force them initially to start losing and, clearing out excess water in that regard. But it's not going to be as effective as, lowering, the Randall cycle gradient. And that's shifting further away from a sad diet, So even moderately shifting and taking taurine will improve things. Let me put it that way. So I don't know the person how well they're able to move away from certain things, but even if they can take some taurine and basically also, but remember the blood pressure stuff, that's the critical one. And if they got swollen legs and all that, their doctor has probably got them on blood pressure meds and a whole lot of other things. And that is risky. They need to be managed. That means I would not give them more than 2 grams as a starter of taurine, because if you ate a lot of oysters, you could probably get that, and that would not be a problem. But once you start moving into the higher amounts, like over, 3, 4 and over, in particular over 4, that's when we get into areas where the effects of blood pressure meds and other things, lithium and all sorts of other things, can be a problem in terms of the way the interactions. So you've got to be very, very careful. But at 2, you may get some relief from the swelling coming down, and it may motivate them to make further changes. So start with 2, no more than that, play it safe, and encourage them to shift away from certain things. And that may improve that to some extent. It's not going to be panacea, but it will reduce, they may get a period where they may have a lot of water dumping, and they may have a bit lightheadedness, and they may need to consume in that period a bit of salt, not a lot, only a bit, because remember they're on a high fat, high, we're not, and so when don't go excessively. A couple of grams is fine, forget about what most of the idiots out there are talking about. A couple of grams, but don't go crazy either. But they're putting in some sodium, some salt, and taurine will improve things. And then as they can shift away from some of these foods, then slowly you could probably put them on a bit more salt and a bit more taurine. But take it very slowly and carefully, Dave, when these. And try and encourage them to work with a doctor to make adjustments to their meds, to check them and make adjustments. If they're starting to lose a lot of water and they're starting to, lose a lot of the swelling and all that, then encourage them to go back and get their blood pressure tested and, maybe adjusted, which would be a good thing. Slow steps, always be safe and take it just slowly. This isn't competition. We're not trying to prove anything. We're just trying to help people improve and also see the results and go, okay, if I do more of this, move away from that sort of shit crap, I'll probably get even better. So we want to encourage them. We don't want to frighten them by doing something which may derange them, because they're already in a very deranged state and it's been stabilized by all these drugs. We don't want to put them out of kilter and make them scared, is what I'm saying. Anyway, yes, you get that a lot with older ladies too. I'm not even going to go. I'm just going to move on. Could be potassium deficiency, Dave. It could be a lot of things, but it's usually just the high insulin levels and the water retention, which is the biggest problem. And probably also an important thing is lack of sufficient taurine, because if they're on a sad diet, it's usually all processed. All processed foods has got practically zero. Even if it's meat, it's processed, like on a pizza. Don't expect much taurine in that. What? The old granny's shooting up steroids? I don't think she'd have water retention. She'd have big muscles. Anyway. God. People giving you a hard time, Lilith. Yeah, it's that bloody Richard guy. I know. Yeah, I think Ken Berry did a video about medications that can cause edema. Yeah, there are plenty of them that do cause water retention. Some of the blood pressure meds do as well. There's a lot of things. That's why I say you got to be very careful when approaching people like that, to slowly adjust things, really slowly. Yes. Yeah, some people can have salt retention. It's not a big group. Some people do have the genetics, but it's not that really. It's not really salt retention. You got to have high insulin as well to be able to cause greater salt retention. Most people, when they've got an insulin to glucagon ratio of 1.3, which is eating a steak, you will have this low insulin to glucagon levels. You will basically not have high retention. Obviously, if you're in a ketogenic state where you're close to 0.9 or 1, you're going to have very little retention of sodium. You dump quite a bit. On a carnivore diet, you tend to be about 1.3 insulin to glucagon. If you eat a pure potato diet, you're at 4-1 insulin to glucagon. That's like a pure glucose diet. And anything above that, you could be all the way up to 70 in terms of insulin to glucagon. So that's high Randall cycle activation, where you're getting heaps and heaps of sugar and circulating fats inside the bloodstream that can't find a place to, and then they need to be converted and stored as fat in the adipose tissue because there's just too much and the cells are just too full. So those sort of levels will change the mix of the insulin to glucagon. That is they'll put glucagon into the toilet and insulin would be sky high. So it is a gradient based on Randall cycle gradient activation as well, and certain insulin influencing aminos and stuff like that, but they only have a very mild level. So yes, a bit more complicated. Yes, think of it, it's a complex body. But dry fasting didn't go so well. Okay, but I was wondering more how he was able to get so fat, 90% body fat. Is there a few months since he did priming contest he doesn't eat much or often, as he says? Oh, look, you'd have to ask him that, mate. I don't really know. He does these videos. I sometimes pop in, have a quick squeeze. I'm busy as well. But you'd have to ask him. I can't, his dry fast didn't get. I know he was doing a competition. I remember seeing him and I go, okay, he's doing another competition, some sort of, whatever. But okay, so tried another dry fast. Okay. Interesting. I don't know what he's been doing to be able to comment. So you'd have to ask him. And Eileen, coconut fat mix have saved me many hundreds of dollar bills of vet costs. Got enough cat that needs nursing way too often. Feed it organ meats. That'll sort it out. I mean, the cat that Luba's cat that Sean just gave it all these organ meats, and in particular hearts, chicken hearts, heaps and heaps. He just buys packs of chicken hearts. That cat has recovered so well. I mean, the cat's just basically like an absolute monster. So has bounced back big time. And a lot of people that are basically taken up my suggestion of getting more taurine, and some people are actually even putting taurine in the cat and dog mix, and they're getting great results. So yeah, very important to make sure that the cats and dogs we minimize, because they can also engage the Randall cycle. They can also get inflammation from inappropriate foods, and trying to avoid kibble eating of all sorts is really important. Throwing in some sardines and stuff like that. I mean, Dad usually goes and buys fresh sardines for Lucy, gives her sardines from the waterfront, so big sardines like that, throws a couple in there, usually cuts them, puts them outside because he doesn't want her spreading things or making a bit of a mess and smell in the house. So just keep that in mind when you're dealing with sardines. It's probably better to give it to them outside. They can eat it there if they want to make a mess. Anyway, born again air fryer fan. Only had a few days. Homemade snacks ago. Okay. Yeah, we know Richard a sous vide sort of aficionado. You probably basically you don't have one of Michael Eads basically sous vide devices. Is that where this craze all started from, mate? I got a slow cooker. I just put it on, go to work. It's got a timer, and when I come back, it's done. So it's easy as that. That's what slow cookers are for. I actually like slow cookers. They do a good job. They really make meat really nice and tender. Llama, how are you, mate? One can find fluoride-free toothpaste easily, even in pharmacies. Yeah, and supermarkets in Europe. Yeah, it depends on the price as well. But I struggle to get my hands on topical useful iodine. I don't trust salt evaporation issues. Don't know whether you can actually. You may be able to get check online. I think I did see one that was on iHerb, but yeah, don't get too wound up. Stop stressing yourself. sounds good, mouse. That the mouse brigade. Making a cooking pit filled with hot stones makes for the best slow cook ever. No gas or electrics, and so very tasty. Okay, never tried that. I remember an old lady in Greece, in one of the villages, was cooking a bit like that, but I've never tried it personally, so I can't really say. But the food did taste really nice, but I've never done it myself. I'd be probably hopeless at doing stuff like that. Yeah, you know, I'm the simple cooking. Yeah. I'll leave the complicated stuff to others. And this is more about cooking methods and all sorts of iron pan. Oh, I did have one of those years ago. I gave it away. In hindsight, I should have just left it with, when I went overseas, I should have left it with Dad and then recovered it after. They are quite expensive nowadays. Anyway, it's all stainless steel, glass and ceramics that I use nowadays. Anyway, glad it's, yep. Yes. People are getting results. That's the main thing. Not brewing coffee in a pit of soil through. Mhm. Yeah, me too. Quick mouse. I do as well. I usually have about 4 to 6 eggs a day. Then I get to a stage where I get sick and tired of them and then go back to them after. Jan, how are you, mate? Good to have you here. Hi, Harry. My wife has been diagnosed with uterine fibrosis. Is there any way to treat? What diet is she on? If you can get her, if you can get, she's probably not on a species appropriate diet, I suspect, and all that. Taurine seems to help, but if you're still doing a lot of the inappropriate foods, you can still be driving the inflammatory processes, which is part of, anything that has to do with fibrosis of whatever, usually needs something like taurine, because taurine breaks down fibrotic tissue. You need these sort of types of methyl donors, but it's really ultimately you got to move away from those foods. Some people seem to have lesser adaptation due to genetics. They can tolerate different levels of some of these inappropriate foods, and some people have less. It's just a reality now. We can take taurine and sort of reduce slightly that. We can use alpha lipoic acid as well to deal with fibrotic, and excess oxidation. But ultimately, you've sort of like, there's a fire coming towards you, and you're just basically spraying it with a bit of water each time. It's not going to stop the fire. You really need to shift away from. She needs to really shift away from that diet as much as possible, Try and encourage you to remove certain things out of a diet which are highly inflammatory type foods. The seed oil should be number one thing that goes. That should be not in your, seed oil should be completely out. And then try and actually reduce some of the more, sugars and stuff like that as much as possible. Then those other elements like alpha lipoic acid, taurine and things like that can help. But if you're still basically taking in, too much of the inappropriate foods, look, most people that have got anything to do with their uterus, PCOS and all sorts of other things, when they move to a carnivore diet or a low carb diet, they get resolution. So there are many multiple factors. Now I can give you the taurine pill, but that's not going to fix the problem, or the alpha lipoic acid pill, or ultimately you really need to move away from the foods that are driving the damage. You need to encourage her. But what you can do is use these things and say, these things, my dear, are in animal foods. And that is why animal foods heal, because they're in that. You've taken these and you've seen some improvements. So wouldn't it be a better idea to sort of shift a bit further? And that's how I encourage people to use these things. Use them to basically get, some results. And then that hopefully should encourage people to go further, because they want to get rid of this discomfort and the issue. So that's the way to sort of approach things, John. Yeah. See you, Roy. See, God, I'm reading my own stuff. I mean, see you, Richard. God. Don't read and talk at the same time. You'll get confused. Yes, I need to live by that. DJ Projectus, good to see you here, mate. Yeah, it's basically Mouse Central tonight. It's quite a lot of mousing around on this channel. I think they've run out of food in the Ukrainian grain silos, so they've come over here hoping to get something. Not a problem, mate. Cheers as well, Angel. Good to have you here. I ate carbs this week. Oh, you bad girl! This week, like there's no tomorrow, and high salt also, and water retention is real. Exactly. Yeah, it bloody well is. And everywhere, in many arms, thighs, and everywhere. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, you take most of the processed food is high salt, high carbs, high refined oils that are engaging the Randall cycle with the, and immediately, you will get all these effects. So yes, you know what I mean. It's well known. You go on a fast, you drop, your insulin comes down, you just drop that sort of stuff. You stay on a very ketogenic therapeutic sort of approach. That happens. So, and this is why Walter Kempner understood no electrolytes whatsoever on a low-fat diet. That's why people doing because a high retention, water retention happens otherwise. So that's what Walter Kempner, because of the high insulin. So by eliminating all electrolytes, you don't hold on to as much water. That's the trick in the low-fat diet. But you don't live as long, because if you look at all the populations that do that, there's no longevity amongst them. You need sodium. It's very important for the mitochondria and all that. And if you don't get enough sodium over time, you can cause mitochondrial problems and many other cellular functioning problems. But when you're engaging the Randall cycle with a lot of fats, refined fats and sugars, and high sodium, then you're going to cause even more retention. Yeah. So that's how the retention, it comes from elevated insulin, the excessive amount. So if you were to basically just do a potato diet and salt it, there's not enough insulin to glucagon to force that up. But the moment you actually put additional stuff in there, and that's when even Walter understood that even he actually had to have fat at 2% and protein at 4%. Just to cover there is a slight sparing that happens, and with that little amount, it was just enough to basically prevent wasting. So, and to sort of the recycling effect to sort of manage that as you're losing weight and tissue, you're using all that additional tissue, so you don't really, and that's how he was able to avoid, but he was giving enough to then interact with the tissue turnover to basically create the sufficient amino pool to be able to allow things to happen. But he used to whip people. I mean, he was really a nasty piece of work, being German background, but very disciplinarian from the sort of the education that he got. And he would whip people. I'm not sorry. I don't mean that to be offending any person in Germany, but the old academics in Germany were quite, they were quite violent and quite authoritarian. They were really, I think they all went to the, the Prussian school of military sort of discipline or whatever, but they were quite, yes. He used to whip his patients to make sure that they ate enough sugar so they wouldn't waste away their tissue. And salt and all that, he kept all that away. Only supplemented iron, nothing else. That was it. Just iron he supplemented. So it's quite interesting. Yes, that will happen. Exactly. I mean, most people will have that depending on the amount due to the Randall cycle activation and gradient, depending on how much. I'd like to try some slow cooked meat in the future too. Just buy yourself a slow cooker. It's easy as that. As reported by Stefanos, Eskimos preferred boiled meats. Yes, they cooked it in seal fat. Yes, and it's a fat that is very high, much higher in retinol than any other fat out there. Just covering that point as well, because people seemed, and that's why they didn't need to eat organ meats and threw them to the dogs. Something that Stefanos didn't know, because he didn't know about the amount of retinol in seal fat, which is much higher than many other animals, land animals. Yep, what's this? Sort of land, sea, whatever. It's a nice animal. We'll use that. We'll go with that. They also don't use salt at all, even lightly salted. That's too much for them. Well, there are a whole lot of other things happening there. They are still getting minerals and stuff like that from the bones and stuff like that. They are still getting fish, and that's got, salt. They are still eating they're getting the sort of blood and stuff like that. They were getting and stuff like that. So they were getting it, but indirectly. They weren't getting it directly from salt itself. They were getting it from other sources, from animal sources within those animals. So they were getting sodium, but they were just getting it in a different way. That's the only difference. And yeah, I don't know in what sort of state that. So about iodine, my doc gave me, Lucas, 5%, 2 drops once a week with NaC and selenium to protect. After day 600 micrograms still put me in hypothyroid zone. It's called WOOF effects you put on weight. Yep. Yeah, selenium is very important to be balanced and all that. But while selenium is important, while iodine are important, as cofactors for those enzymes in the thyroid, the same time, it's really important to regulate. And the regulator is taurine that regulates a lot of the functions of these systems, including the thyroid. And the other thing that it really requires, the thyroid, is vitamin D. And Lukey did that. He's here. G'day, Lukey. And he can tell you, because Lukey was out in the sun, putting himself at eating a species appropriate diet. He's not basically doing all these sort of things. Just eating a meat heavy diet plus, eggs and stuff like that. So he's getting selenium, he's getting some iodine, but not way excessive amounts. And on top of that, he's also was getting very high vitamin D levels, and that corrected his autoimmunity of Hashimoto's thyroiditis. So most autoimmune things are really heavily associated with vitamin D more than anything else. It fulfills the Bradford-Hill criteria. That means you will not find anything inverse. You can find inverse with other things. You can basically find an inverse relation with selenium, iodine, and many other things when it comes to. So they are important nutrients, but they're not the only thing that is important for the thyroid. But when you look at vitamin D, you're not going to find one study where it shows an inverse relationship, which means that it's associated in every single friggin' study. The same thing with autoimmunity. You won't find any inversion, which means that it fulfills the Bradford-Hill criteria. It's like tobacco. You won't find for tobacco and, lung cancer. You'll find variations between people, but you won't find any inversion, like massive consumption and no cancer, whatever, in a population. Doesn't happen. That's what we're talking about. So unless you find an inversion of some sort, then you can say, well, it doesn't always hold up. So it's just an association, but it's not. There's no. You can dismiss causality or causal inference, to be more precise. But when you always find a relationship, that means there must be something. And then you have to look at experimental research, which shows quite clearly that vitamin D does have an improvement and a modulating effect on the immune system, which also improves immune function. We know there's shitloads of receptor sites for vitamin D. So very important to maintain good vitamin D status when it comes to any autoimmune related disease, not just the nutrients. That's why I say salt, sun, and meat. Anyway, these are cooking. In what cooking way eggs are the most easily digestible? I think fried. I think you got me there, Stefan. I think. I can't remember. I just can't remember. I think it's fried comes first. You actually get more vitamin retinol. You get more a number of certain things from fried compared to boiled or poached. But in terms of digestibility, I don't think there's a lot of difference. Yeah, all I can remember is the stuff that actually, the differences you'll get in certain fat-soluble vitamins and stuff like that when you actually cook it differently. But the digestibility of fats has to do with your stomach. The digestibility of the proteins, which is really the crux of eggs, comes down to the way your stomach's functioning, stuff like that. Yeah, in the end, if it's got a low pH, you should denature and break down all your proteins into basic amino acids in the stomach. So then it should all digest properly. And you've got no protease inhibitors, of any severe nature like you have in plants. So, and the bioavailability is much higher with eggs and dairy, even higher than red meat. and it also, so yeah, whether in stomach digestion, to be more precise, stomach digestion, I don't know. I don't really know with stomach digestion. I don't think there's much difference. I don't think there is much difference, um, in that regard. But, if you ever come across anything, like any study that shows the different levels, but within the stomach, not the gut, within the stomach, and it has to be, like twins that have got similar sort of stomach state. They've been on similar diets and stuff like that. So you can actually compare apples with apples. And then you have to do a crossover. So the people eating, let's say, the boiled egg, then need to eat the fried egg to see the different digestibility. So you do a crossover and then you average to work out the digestibility. And that does not exclude, variations, genetic variations either. So, yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a study. I think the majority of study is more on the digestibility of different foods that I've actually seen, and the utilization, which is much high. Eggs is the highest out of all proteins, but between the way that cooked, um, I can't remember whether I think I did see something, but I don't think it was in regards to stomach digestion. I think it was in regards to the amount of fat soluble vitamins, water soluble vitamins, minerals, and stuff like that you absorb. I think it was related to that more than anything else from memory. I think it was that. So I can remember that retinol actually absorption is higher, not, like massive, but just slightly higher from fried eggs compared to others. So things like that. I prefer my eggs fried primarily, but the eggs that I take to work are boiled. I don't mind poached as well, but poached is if I'm doing fish and I want to break an egg on top of or meat and want to break an egg on top. But if I'm doing like bacon and eggs, it's definitely going to basically be fried eggs. Yeah, that's the way I like it. But yeah, it's something. Maybe there is a study out there. I should actually look for one and see if I can find it. Scott, good to see you, mate. Scotty had a bit of a comment on one of my videos recently that I talked about, where I talked about the 7,000 parts per million in the past that were much higher and stuff like that. Yeah, my focus wasn't really to talk about the temperature, because back then, barometric pressure does affect. I mean, most of the atmosphere of Venus is made up of, CO2. Most of the atmosphere of Mars is made up of CO2. But the different barometric pressure and the different distance from the sun changes the temperature on that planet quite dramatically. So yes, they do have an effect, and there was lower solar radiation but higher barometric pressure, like on Venus, which can actually increase temperature. But if we go back to around about 100, I think it was 100, 120 million years ago, when there was much lower carbon and temperature was much higher in that period. I think it was about 100, and the barometric pressure was also much lower, slightly compared to the 500 million years ago or 500 million years ago. So, there it definitely will really separated in that period. But yeah, I was more to make the issue that carbon is the stuff of life, and how carbon, we need to stop demonizing the stuff of life. And, animals and plants do much better in a carbon-rich environment rather than a carbon-poor environment. That was more my sort of focus rather than on the temperature stuff and all that. So just to cover that point. I'm also having some carbs this weekend, me naughty. Okay. So I think I need to I need to actually start up at, what is it? Like a carnivore. So, how you go and actually speak to a priest and basically ask to be forgiven for all your indiscretions and, naughtiness and stuff like that, and confess things. So we may have to set up a carnival confession booth for you, Tom. And I actually nominate Llama for that role. He'd love that. Yes, yes. I'm going to upset him now. I'm going to get some sort of reaction soon from him. I'm also heavy, yes. So, but right now, after I'm starting a strict carnival challenge for at least 30 days with ground meat, eggs, and lard. Sounds good. So you're justifying it to yourself that way. Okay. Always a pleasure to have you here, DJ Projectus. Yes, my puppy's on raw carnivore. It has really calmed him down and he's looking great. Exactly. That's the other thing. They do get calmer, the animals. Animals, basically, unless they feel threatened, that's when they're actually aggressive. When they feel threatened or, but if they're not feeling in a threatened environment, they should be calm. Like humans should also be calm if they're not in a threatened environment. If they're not, it's because they're not on species appropriate stuff and they're not calming their nervous system down. So, that taurine does influence GABA A. In particular, GABA A will basically reduce excitation in the brain and calm you down. So, yes, important. That's why those vagoons foam at the teeth. There's no calmness in their diet. What's your favorite condiment to have with meat, Harry? I love a good Hollandaise. I don't really, the thing, I don't really have, if I have any condiment, it's really tends to be lemon juice for fried eggs. I like lemon juice on lemon juice over fried eggs. I know it sounds strange, but I like it. And I don't care if people think that's weird. And I put over my bacon lemon juice, but I also like putting it over my eggs, my fried eggs. So I just like the taste. Okay, I'm weird. And, I will combine butter with lemon juice and a bit of pepper and create my own sort of dressing. I don't put a lot of pepper. I don't like a lot of pepper, just a bit of pepper and salt. And I'll mix that and I'll actually create some sort of something like that. I don't really go out for the commercial stuff. I used to be a big fan of apple cider vinegar and all that sort of stuff and get the mother and, I think we've all done that sort of stuff, but I don't bother nowadays. I think that the more you eat a lot of animal fats and stuff like that and whatever, you get your taste buds shift, and my taste buds have shifted. And now, I used to love chocolate, and I don't really like it anymore. It doesn't really do anything for me. Even ice cream, I've sort of tried to avoid now it's been a while, which is good. So it's been a struggle to try and get off it. But yeah, one of my biggest indiscretions was ice cream, even though it was low sugar. That's what they had on the box claiming. It was a local variety, Valhalla, which it was a better quality. It was locally produced in Tasmania. It didn't have all these sort of nasty chemicals or seed oils or stuff like that. It was made from pure dairy and stuff like that. But still, probably wasn't the ultimate, in that regard. But if you're going to cheat with ice cream, it's probably the least egregious ice cream to cheat with in that regard. But yeah, mine sort of, I don't buy any stuff out there. I used to basically, in the past, I used to get a lot of condiments, use a lot of things which are pepper-based or egg-based type condiments and stuff like that. But nowadays, I just don't really bother too much. I really simplified my the way I sort of cook my food and all that. Yeah. Harry, what is the best length for water fast? 5 days. I did a 6-day water fast. That's what I did. So basically, but what's the best? Look, it will vary depending on what you're trying to achieve or stuff like that. I tend to now do like a 3-day sort of dry fast if I'm doing a fast. So I just don't worry about anything. I take my B vitamins, all that sort of stuff before. So 2 B vitamins, about 6 grams of choline. I take about 10 grams of taurine. So I'll whack all that in, that sort of stuff, plus the B vitamins, plus the vitamin D. I'll take 50,000 IUs before a fast and all that, and I'll have all that into my system and then go dry. But if I will never go dry fasting unless I'm completely fat adapted. That means I'm in good ketosis levels. I'll shift myself over a couple of days into really much higher. I'll drop my protein levels. I'll up my fat levels. I'll really go into a higher ketosis with higher ketones. And I can feel it, I know immediately because I've done it so many times. And then basically I'll shift into a dry after I've done that preparation. And in that way I go right through it. I maintain really good energy. I don't feel any energy problems, any stuff whatsoever. But you really have to now, if it's not working on the first day, there's a problem there. You need to go back to either water fast or get off it because it's not working for you. And it may not be working for you because of mitochondrial insufficiency, whole lot of factors, not well fat adapted to produce enough metabolic water, internally water within your system to hydrate yourself. So there's a lot of factors. And if you're not already in a good ketotic state, it usually can take up to 3 days, 2.5 to, days for some people to get into that state. So you're going to really feel like crap, and you're really going to be, most people, the way they describe it is like brain fog and really feeling lethargic, no energy, no nothing. The last time I did my 3.5, I did 3.5 and I stopped it because there was a social reason that I had to stop it, but I didn't want to. I was on my 3.5 day dry fast, and I wanted to go to 4 days and then stop it after 4 days, but I only managed 3.5 the last time. Most of the previous times only been 3, and I had no energy deficit. I was working 10 hours a day at work. I'm not kidding you. And I was just as productive as the other days, if not slightly more. I felt I got through that week or those 3 days. So yeah, but as I said, I don't do, because you know me, I stopped doing consultancies quite a long time ago. But Bart K, you can actually chat with him and he can actually tell you. And, himself, he stuffed up recently, I heard, people saying and all that. And that's probably because he didn't prepare himself properly. So, yeah, you need to make sure you've got somebody that knows what they're doing and when to pull the plug and say, look, no, don't do it. So I'm not going to coach anyone on that sort of stuff because I don't want to take that responsibility. I'll take my own responsibility for myself. I know what I'm doing. And when I feel that I'm not there, and the first time I tried dry fasting, I felt that I'm not there, within 24 hours, I stopped it immediately. And that was quite some time back. But then I learned how to make sure that I was at the right state before I went into it. So yeah, very, very important. But yeah, make sure, your sodium, stuff like that. And that's the key thing. Make sure also B vitamins while you're doing the process. So you take 2 B vitamins in the beginning and 2 B vitamins in between, salt, and also get trace minerals like a colloidal trace mineral, something like that, to add that every 3rd day to get some trace minerals in there, because you still need certain cofactors for processes within your body. And it also spares any stored stuff for later for yourself. Ah, yes, I love fried eggs. Well, bad luck to them. They didn't know what they were missing. I love fried eggs. If it's about the fried eggs, with butter, only with butter. Yes, I love the buttery taste. And then when you put the lemon juice on top of the actual, oh man, God, it's making me hungry. And I had a good meal today as well. Quite a lot of piggy. Let's put it that way. So yes, stop thinking about food. Road trip today to Devon, 3 hours approximately, 12 boiled eggs and 500 grams of chicken at the ready. Sounds good. uh, Mr. Heach, you know how some vagoons get pale eyes and hair due to very little melanin. Yep, because they're not getting enough tyrosine in their diet, which is, you can actually use, some people use tyrosine inhibitors to basically, retain whiter skin, or they get creams like many Asians. Yeah. What else effects does depleted melanin have on the body's system? Got any ideas? Well, it'll affect your hair as well, and it can also, because there are certain types of aminos and stuff like that that they are missing that are very important for a number of cellular functions throughout the whole body. So it'll affect things related to collagen, really affect, and collagen is everywhere. Your hair, your skin, you name it, it's everywhere. So it will have some deleterious effects. These people, and then on top of the Vagoon diet, where they're not getting enough energy, they will break down even more protein structures within their bodies. It can affect folding of proteins. It can, yeah, it's a lot of things. When we deny our bodies the nutrients, the melanin is one thing, but there's a whole lot of other things that require the same nutrients. And when you deny your body those animal nutrients, you're affecting not only the coloration of your skin or your hair or whatever, you're affecting a whole lot of other things. And these people, you can see them. They are so depleted, so wasted, so haggard, or their hair's a mess. Their skin really looks bad. It's all, yeah, it's just, I mean, I'm 56 in a couple of months, in about, what is it, 2.5 months from now. And these people are younger than me and they look older than me. That's how haggard and in what a mess their body is from not getting enough nutrients. It's just, you look at it and you just sort of shake your head. Young people in their 20s and 30s and looking really like, early onset grandma. It's, what can one say? Some worse than others, depending on their previous nutrient storage within their body, genetics, and whole lot of other factors, how quickly they deteriorate. Some will deteriorate faster than others. But still, ultimately, yes, though, they will get worse, unfortunately, these. And look, at the end of the day, I do feel for them as well, because they are humans after all, and I'm sensitive to that. But, this ideology is so misanthropic and does so much harm to so many people. These people are victims. I mean, I sometimes joke and all that, and humor and all that, and that's just normal. But at the same time, I feel sorry for them, that they have been trapped in this cult, this misanthropic cult, and they are where they are, and they are in the state that they are. So yeah, it's bloody awful. Oh, the chicken legs and wings, the richest in vitamin. Yes, they are. Yeah, the legs and wings have got the highest amount. Then it's the breasts and other stuff, other tissue. Yeah, the highest amount is in the wings, and I think their thighs have got more, the leg part, and then the wings, and then the other. I think it's the other tissue, and Actually, don't hold me to it. I know the legs, the wings are number 2, but I can't remember where the other parts of the body or the breasts are the next one. I can't remember that. But chicken legs are the highest in menoquinone 4. Yeah, definitely. Even in the actual like the ostriches, like the ostrich, most birds, it's in the actual. That's where the highest concentration is required for the collagen structures and all that. I mean, remember, bones are mineralized collagen, and so that's where the majority will be in that tissue to support that frame. They have the majority because their skeletal structures, especially their leg parts of their skeletal structures, are just a work of art, nature's work of art. So in that regard, so yes, that'd be the highest concentration. Ball birds may also be rich in deuterium, rich collagen, and proteins. You know that for a fact. So where did you read that? Llama? Pardon me. Where did you read that? You're welcome, mate. You're welcome. Or you're pulling our legs or wing. Flap, 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 flap. Pepper and lime juice. Everybody's got their little selection. I don't really. I prefer lemon more than lime. So, but I like to combine it with butter. Combining it with butter, lemon, butter, and some pepper and salt. It's a way to do the condiment. Is rich deuterium water heavier? Yep, it is. Yep. They use it in nuclear reactors. Heavy water. Remember, they were even trying to. Norway's got a lot of heavy water, which Germany was trying to get in the Second World War or around that period. Yeah. So yes, that's what we call heavy water, and light water is lower in deuterium. Anyway, my vitamin D has been really good for a long time. That's good to hear. Still gone into hypothyroid, but yeah, well, but I think it's been decades coming from iodine, vitamin D deficiency, and sky high cortisol. Well, with cortisol, the other important thing is taurine. You may need to go to higher doses to normalize it, to bring it down. Plus, I think you use it also for I know you're in remission now and you're much better in the cancer situation, but yeah, that can help as well. Hard-boiled eggs are the worst for me, followed by fried eggs, and he shortly boiled 3 Hale Randalls and one metabolism should deal with those sins. Yes. Fantastic. Our metabolism who art not in heaven, clarify and be your pathway, your convention come, your guidelines be applied as they are in carny heaven, as amongst the sad dieters. Yes, in carny heaven, as amongst the sad dieters. After all that, I'm at the bottom. I might as well start drinking my kombucha. I forgot about my kombucha. Well, it's my alternative to basically. Remember, I stopped actually drinking, ciders. I've got my kombucha addiction. It's mango. This one. Well, you've got to find something to cover the other one. So I don't mind the mango. I did the apple one before, but I do vary because they do have slightly different strains, each one of them. So I try to vary them. But I do like the mango. I'm getting used to it. Do you think low deuterium water will rise to the top of a bottle? If you combine the two, maybe that would happen. But in any water pool, whatever the concentration is, it'll be evenly distributed. So in that regard, so if it's heavy water, it'll have a very similar distribution. If it's light water, and we know that because in nuclear reactors, they don't have to do anything because I know it's equally distributed in heavy water. So the deuterium content. So they don't have to do anything special. So I suspect even in a bottle or glass of water or whatever, it would still basically be diluted to whatever parts per million throughout the whole of it, in a sort of an even way. So no, that's not going to happen in that way. It's not that heavy, it's heavy like double, but it's still very, very in terms of gravitational effect, it's going to be extremely little to be able to force it to the bottom. We're still talking about, atoms here. Very small things that have got very low gravitational effect in relation to, anyway, within that liquid structure. So, mango, salad boy intensifies. God, scurrilous. I sometimes mix kombucha with soda water. Okay, everybody's got their style. Tom's actually giving me a spanking. Hey, it's not honey or fruit. It's just kombucha. And it's got a bit of erythritol in it and stuff like that. That's about it. Yeah. So little, you wouldn't even initiate any insulin response. Basically water with a bit of flavouring and some bacterial strain, and you pay a good premium for that. I think it's a rip-off, but it tastes nice. And it gives me something else to drink other than things that I shouldn't drink. That's the only thing. Okay. Well, obviously, we couldn't actually, you want the soda flavour, the soda water flavour. Obviously, you don't want to dilute it too much. So, yes, you just want a bit of it in there. Actually, I haven't tried it like that. Maybe I should try it. I'll get some soda water and give it a try and see what it tastes like. I'm adventurous enough to try that, Scotty. I'm adventurous enough. So I'll give it a bit of a go. I watched Salad Boy on, I'll just put that up, on Delaura's video, and he said, I drank some honey for breakfast, so he drinks it now. Oh, God. He drinks honey. Okay, that's a new one. I thought most people usually put honey like a condiment on different things. He drinks it. Well, you could. Well, we sort of do. Some people do drink it, like they'll stir it in tea. My uncle stirs it in coffee. Yeah, I know. So he's a bit. Must be a Serpanos thing with some of the Serpanoses. But anyway, but he drinks it. Okay, that is a new one. Freaking hell. Okay, interesting. So, he's at next level. Oh, well. G'day, Dean. Just joined from Bart K's YouTube channel. Don't know what's on this channel, but hi. Good to see you, Dean. I hope you enjoy it. Just go through and take a look at my videos and all that. I do have done a lot of collaborations with Bart. When he took his channel down for the YouTubey stuff, a lot of that sort of got shelved. So if you go to my chats with Bart, you'll find a whole lot of videos there, but not available anymore currently. So I'm just waiting until he puts them back up, and then I'll link them back. If he doesn't, I'll basically get copies off him and I'll post them here, my conversations that I've had with him in the past. And there's been a lot of things I think, because there's a couple of videos there that I don't want to have to repeat, because I did stuff on 5G and all sorts of things, and some of the crackpot ideas that people are putting out there. So there was a lot of nonsense. So I covered the photonic energy side of things, and there's all sorts of stuff. We cover deuterium, we cover Randall cycle like Bart and stuff like that. So I'm very much on the same page with Bart. And we do a lot of collaborations. It's the reason why we cross support each other, and we cross promote each other as well. So in that regard, so I hope you find interesting things on here. I've done some stuff on the myths and falsehoods of veganerized lifestyle. There's a couple of things there you may find interesting. There's things on protein and stuff like that, and a whole lot of other things. So check out my site. Hope you find things that are interesting, and a lot of demystifying of a lot of bullshit out there, like me and Bart do a lot of that sort of stuff. So enjoy, and thanks for subscribing and joining this channel. Could one separate heavy water from light water? Oh, yes. Electricity. If you got enough electricity and you're willing to pay for it, yes. Using some shallow tar, tall tar by means of capillary effect or some other. There's a company in America. There's a company in Hungary that does, and I think there's now one in Japan. I think it's Japan or South Korea. I can't remember now. Somebody mentioned one of those in East Asia, and they basically you're involved in putting a lot of electricity through the actual water in order to dislodge those heavy ions and separate them. So yes, so it is costly, and that's why deuterium depleted water is expensive. They are trying to make it cheaper, believe me. So the best people that have got the patent to the best type of machinery that are used are the Hungarians, and they were the ones that actually pioneered and also got the ones that I promote, and they actually did a lot of the work, which originated in the Soviet Union, but because a lot of their researchers had gone to the Soviet Union to study, they actually were exposed to this research that started back in the 1960s. Even the stuff that Jack Kruse talks about, like, photonic, the photonic effects and through melanopsin and all that. That's all Russian research. But it's just the Hungarians have been the ones that have popularized it around the world. That's the difference. Rather interesting. Probably part Scottish, meaning I'm tight with money. Maybe. No, I don't. I'm tight, but I don't have Scottish genes. It must be some other thing. West Coast Greeks, yeah, tend to be, yes, more redneckish of part of Greece, plus tight. So probably the reason for it. Well, coming from mountainous areas, life was hard and difficult. So you had to be tight. It's just the way it is. And Scotland is, very similar in that regard. So you got to be tight, and you can't just be a spendthrift. You're not going to survive in that sort of environment. So it's adaptation, cultural, which has been passed down, I suspect, from your parents without you realizing it. Also, the fact that less sugar you have, the sweeter these things are anyway. That's true. I mean, just look at butter. Butter, if you are on a high sugar diet and you try butter, it's really bland. Then you shift to a low carbohydrate diet for some time, you fat adapted and all that, and then you try butter, and it has sweetness to it. It completely changed and if you try something sweet, which I did, this is a couple of years back when I was doing keto, and then I cheated with something sweet, and it was like just pouring down my mouth a whole lot of raw sugar. That's how it felt, even though the same stuff I would have eaten before wouldn't have felt as sweet. It's just, the intensity increases because it's the sweeter stuff you take in more and more and more. It's like anything. It's like a dopamine hit based, because that's what it is. Like with tobacco and all that, or nicotine, the more you need to get the same effect. Same sort of thing with sugar. And when you come off it, even a small amount will trigger that dopamine hit. Bang. Just wondering how easy it must be back in New Zealand to be a carnivore eating grass-fed. It's super hard in Japan. Fair enough. Yeah, it would be. I know that the premium prices in Japan are exorbitant. It shocks me how I'm surprised that no Japanese farmers, somebody innovative hasn't thought of going out of the major cities and building a multi-story building, and just as a feedlot, just feeding a whole lot of sort of cows in there, and bringing prices down quite a bit just for the general meat, let alone the grass-fed. And you could still do that if you went to mountainous areas of Japan and basically bought, areas there which would be cheaper, and running cattle and stuff like that in those areas, you could still probably produce it cheaper for the average person. So there's a lot of players in the meat production system, and they put a lot of premiums. There's a lot of middlemen in the Japanese supply line, and that's where a lot of the inflation in the prices comes from. So I'm just surprised that both grass-fed in mountains and sort of regular grain-fed isn't more popular in Japan. Somebody setting up something like that basically be able to really compete in the market quite well. But then again, probably nobody's thought about it, or doesn't know enough how to do it because they're not in the industry. But yeah, it would be bloody hard. I think if there are people in New Zealand or in Australia that could actually create, like, sending it like big bulk cuts, and you can actually get, what do they call those cool packs? You can pack it in cool packs and send it over to maintain in this cool packed stuff. It'd probably still be cheaper than what the current prices are if you did it the right way. There are some refrigeration aircraft that you could also use as well. But you'd have to have a whole network to be able to circumvent that, the current supply line. But yeah, I know it's hard. It's not an easy thing to do. I think South Korea is very similar. A lot of it's imported. They don't grow anything domestic, and there's too many involved in the supply chain, and it just, too many people taking profits along the way, which is the biggest problem in Japan when it comes to a lot of animal foods. It's unfortunate, but it's the sort of reality. Yes, not many solutions, unfortunately. So, but look, even standard meat is way better than kibble in terms of, issues. And as long as you're getting standard meat from places like, especially countries like Australia or whatever, it's going to be less problematic, so, because most of it's grass-fed, and they only finish it off with some grains, and the grain isn't like in America where it's all corn and all this sort of stuff. It's usually the mix will have the leftovers of the grain in silos, all the sort of the stalks and stuff like that, they'll cut in alfalfa, which is very nutritious as well. And so it's usually stuff like that. They mix all, and hay, some hay, which is, and they'll mix all that in the mix in Australia, because there's no subsidies in Australia. So the actual grain finishing part isn't as bad as the American grain finishing, where it's a lot of corn and a lot of other grains that are, because they're subsidized. Look, if in Australia they subsidize it to the same level, they'd do the same thing. It's just not, and it's just too expensive, especially in this sort of period. So even I know a lot of farmers are basically doing less grain feed. They're trying to minimize the amount of that they do. So in order to get things to market, because they can still get a good price even if an animal hasn't been beefed up as much. So yeah. Difficult. So you're working over there, mate, I expect. I'm not a Kiwi. I'm an Aussie from Tasmania. But there's plenty of Kiwis on this channel, like Richard. He's gone, but a couple of others. So yeah, and Bart's a Kiwi, but he's also part Australian. And I usually poke fun at him all the time, inbreeding with well, he has a go at me about goats because I'm Greek, my background, Greek Australian. So he'll have a go at me about goats, and I'll have a go at him about sheep. So that's a running commentary. Yeah, but pretty good friends. He's a good bloke. But he's been, struggling with the YouTubia censor board, unfortunately, recently, which has really caused him a lot of grief, unfortunately, for him. But yes, they are unrelenting, as you probably know, and many other people know. You're welcome. Amen. God. Later, everyone. See you, Tracy. Oops. I got your recommendation a few weeks ago to try the gut repair protocol you said in that video in one of your playlists. Yep. Either the microbiome one or the gut one. Yeah, that was the metabolite that regulates it and goes through all the science and stuff like that. Yep. I think there was a couple of other things that were linked there as well to cover the stomach and many other things. Yeah, they're all interrelated in a sense. All comes back to a species appropriate diet and getting enough taurine in, slightly higher than somebody on a species appropriate diet would do, because we're trying to correct things as well. Salad boy is glycating his brains. Yep, pretty much. He will pay for it in the long run if he keeps on doing that. So yeah, I can't believe he's now liquefying his honey and drinking it as a beverage. God almighty. It's crazy stuff. Sorry, I've been here 20 years and accents are hard for me now, which is fair enough, Dean. Yeah. Oh, look, there are even in Australia, there are some variations in the accent between the West Coast and the East Coast of Australia and New Zealand. There's, but they're minor. Generally speaking, we can understand each other quite well. It's usually North Americans which struggle with us a bit, and Europeans. So I try to minimize my Aussie accent, so to speak, and don't use things like, yeah, she'll be right, mate. Yeah. Yeah, see a cobber and these sort of things. I try to exclude all those sort of Australiana words when I'm on the YouTube, and try to keep it as close. You can't get rid of your accent, but try and keep it as close to sort of international English, as it's called, so people can understand what I'm talking about. Because at the end of the day, if they can't, it's a waste of time being on here. Thanks, mate. Yes, yeps, I understand. Get on with it. And thanks for being here, and I'll see you in a fortnight's time. So, yes, I do usually do my Dean. I do my live streams every fortnight. this one, I sometimes do it on Mondays when I flex off from work, when I've got something else to do on the Sunday that I usually have. So there's not going to be any live streams next week, but there will be live streams the following week. So it's every fortnight now. I used to do it every week, but I do want to socialize and do want to relax as well, working quite a few hours, and I've only got a couple of more years until retirement. So, I'm basically 4 years away from retirement at 60, and pretty much there's a lot of transfer of knowledge and all sorts of things that are required. So things keep me busy at work, and I've a lot of other things that I have to deal with as well. So it's not easy. Yeah. I lived in Sydney for 6 years before moving to Japan. Okay. Sorry, last question. Do you know any Japanese carnivore dieters I can get my wife to understand what I'm doing? No, I don't. There's a guy here called Jin. He's from South Korea, but I don't see him. If Jin's there, are you able to tell Dean whether there's anybody in South Korea or Japan that you may know? Because there may be like a Northeast Asian group. I don't know. So he may have gone. Now, look, next time, in a fortnight's time, if Jin doesn't appear, just basically, thanks, Harry, as always. Enjoy the rest of your night, mate. Yeah, see you, Nathan. So, yeah, just basically, I don't see him here. He's probably gone. He's probably gone by now. I get my DW, yep, from Hungary. Yep, bloody pricey. Yeah, I know. But remember, my dear, you need to deplete deuterium because of your condition. Hoping it won't have to take forever. No, you won't have to take forever. As you reduce your deuterium levels, you improve your mitochondrial health with taurine, which will also slowly repair. You sleep better, which will also get your melatonin, will start repairing your mitochondria. You'll improve your functioning, and things will start shifting in the right direction. Patience, you know the drill. But you need to keep it cleaner than all of us because of those reasons. Started getting COVID about 6 weeks ago. I do talk about some of the stuff, how to deal with COVID and stuff like that. So there's a couple of videos. I've got a whole COVID playlist, and there's stuff there that you can actually go through that, and you'll actually find a lot of useful information on how people have been dealing with this sort of stuff. Fair enough. Enjoy your cooking. Skull. It's what happens when you're doing live streams and talking. You've got to skull quite a bit and then put it down, because you're not going to get another chance for a while. Any more questions, guys? Say something, llama. Give me a reason. G'day, Zach. See, there I said it in Aussie. An Aussie accent. Yes. Anyway, I slip up now and then from my international English. So you got a bit now and then. Got to wait until it comes through. What are you drinking? Does it have flavour? It just has it's a kombucha. It only has a flavouring. It basically has erythritol and some other sort of flavouring. It's basically got bugger all. There's no calories to it, or not that we consume heat, as Bart would say. But it's got no energy in it whatsoever. It's got a bit some, I think this one's got one bacterial strain. Some of them got two bacterial strains, different bacterial strains, and I vary them to try and get all these sort of little different ones. But and it's got a mango flavoring. I think it's an artificial one, so yeah, it's nothing fancy, you know. And that's probably the reason why it's got 0 in terms of any energy in it as well. So that's fine. I mean, I just get it for something to avoid drinking things that I shouldn't drink. Simple as that. Where have you been? I haven't seen you, Anika, for some time. So Anika turns up and what? Yes. And it's already 2 hours later. Hi, everyone. Is it safe for women to eat OMAD every day for her period? I don't see. Look, women tend to. I've always said women need a bit more fat than men compared to protein. It's the 1-to-1 for men, 1.2 to 0.8 for women, which basically means for men it's about 30 to 40% protein. For women, it's about, around about the 20 to 30 mark, in a sense, or 25 for average. So a bit more fat for their hormones and stuff like that. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, OMAD is not a problem for women either. I mean, but what I've noticed is that most women do much better with like having a snack midday and then late afternoon having their main meal, where most men can just do a main afternoon meal and that's it and not need anything else. So I think 2 meals a day are probably women seem to do much better on 2 meals a day rather than OMAD, but there are plenty of women out there that are doing OMAD and they're fine. But we don't have any actual research. All we have is when we look at tribal societies, in the morning, nobody's got a fridge. You get up, nobody's eating. Midday, you're going out to hunt or collect any stuff. Then you come back in the mid-afternoon and you have a big massive 1 meal, and then you go to bed. So that's a sort of lifestyle, and that's a sort of adaptation. So I don't see a problem with it. And there is one tribe in Amazon that only consumes every 3rd day. So 2 days they fast, and 3rd day they just binge eating all day as much as they can, even into the early night hours. So that's a different style. But yeah, that's a sort of like a excessive, like a priming type eating method every 3rd day. So there are variations, but tribal societies never had a fridge or access to a supermarket all day long. That's a modern thing. And even people in the past, they would, like I've lived in agricultural areas in the 70s and all that in Greece. And my auntie used to go down, they used to, they picked tobacco, and you'd come back to the village after you'd wake up very early. You'd go to bed about 9. You'd wake up 3:30 in the morning, and then you'd go off, and you'd be basically in the coolness of the early morning and or early night, whatever you want, through to about early midday, which is about 10:30, before it became too hot. You would basically collect tobacco, and then you'd go back to the village, and then you would offload all the stuff from the vehicle. It's all utes, and in those days they're all Toyota utes everywhere. Bloody exactly, they were cheaper. And then you'd basically grab all that, lay it out, and put it through the machine. And as we were putting it through the machine, because you have to basically stitch it all together so you can hang it up so it can dry in a sort of a hothouse type thing or covered type thing. So still get some ventilation, because you want to keep it dry, but you want to try and retain some of the dry heat to intensify, to dry it out quicker, sort of thing. But you don't want to make it damp, so you don't seal it. It's sort of open both ends. That's how they hang tobacco. I learned all that over there. And so, and then you have basically a meal at about 11 o'clock or, that sort of thing. And then you have a light afternoon, like a snack and a coffee or whatever. And then in the evening, you have another meal, early hours of the evening back then. And people had been doing that for a very long time and seem to be quite healthy and fine. So, yeah, I don't. There are some variations, and there may be some genetic adaptations. I always usually say to people, ask your grandmother, how did they eat and what times and stuff like that. And I think you'll probably find that they did do something similar. Late morning would have they would break their time restricted feeding, and then they'd have something of a snack type thing. So it would be like a breakfast, lunch. It would be that sort of meal, and then you'd have an evening meal. And it's usually, most people back then only had 2 meals a day. This 3 meals a day is just a modern invention for cereal companies and stuff like that, and for urbanites, pretty much. You didn't have it in the past because you had work to do in the morning, you had stuff to do, and you got the dawn effect. The glucose and fatty acid rise that comes with cortisol due to blue light, the signaling, because back then there wasn't much light. In terms of artificial light, there was more natural light, and your body responded to it. So very different situation. So I think both 1 meal a day and 2 meals a day are indicated far more than 3. Let's put it that way. But there are variations and adaptations. So, try things, see what works for you, pretty much. Would deuterium depletion methods work for hormonal-driven cancers? Pretty much for all cancers. Pretty much for all cancers from what we've seen. So, because some of the dogs that they use the DDW25 on have some hormonal-driven cancers, and they see remission as well. So mammals are mammals. So yeah, but we obviously we can't experiment on humans, since we can't definitively say, I've got a piece of research here which we did a randomized control study with deuterium depleted water. Well, we don't have such studies because they would never get through an ethics committee. We can do them on animals, but we can't do them on humans. So on animals, yes. On humans, we've got no research because of the ethics committees that won't allow it. So basically, yes, but only on animals. If you think you're a mammal, then you give it a try, is basically what I'm trying to say, Zach. Oh, Salad Boy's eyes are sinking back into his skull, or do I need glasses? Well, most people have actually noticed that as well. Most people have noticed that as well. So I have no idea what he's doing currently. He's eating far more carbs, and I think he's cut back on his meat consumption, from what I've heard. Now, I haven't followed him. I know Bart's doing a video on Salad Boy this Thursday, so that'll be interesting. I will actually watch this one because I'll be at work, and hope on Thursday I usually don't have meetings. I usually only have meetings Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, but I don't have on Thursdays or Mondays. So I don't have to. So on Thursday it'll be easy. I'll be able to follow him on his video. So yeah, so I'll watch that, but that doesn't guarantee that I won't. I've had some meetings on Thursdays, but generally we don't. So hopefully we don't this time, and I'll be able to be on there and probably leave a few comments as well. But yeah, so that'll be interesting to see what Bart's take is on his current state of affairs and what he's doing. So yeah, I think he's really lost the plot in many regards. But anyway, yeah. He's probably minimizing some of the damaging effects by being in the tropics. Deuterium depletion, you can tolerate higher deuterium content in those environments, and he does get outdoors and stuff like that, so he will get some of those benefits in that environment. Oops, let me just show. Yeah, so yeah, potentially that sort of stuff. Yeah. It's sort of g'day, Shelley. She just woke up. You still live? Hey, good morning, all. No, this is the Eurasian live stream. It's the new one. Remember the other one? You still haven't woken up properly, have you? Yeah. So nothing would surprise me with him. Yes. Tried Wagyu for the first time. There are farmers grass feeding Wagyu cattle here in New Zealand, and some cross with Southern Horn. Okay, short horn. Have they? Okay, interesting. Interesting combination. Yeah, I've tried Wagyu, which is grass finished in Tassie. Yeah, it is quite nice. It just has more fat and more marbling and all that, but not to the degree. It actually, I did notice it was slightly less than the grain-fed one that I'd actually had some time back. So, but it still had far more than your standard meat. So that was still very nice. So I would have had a better fatty acid profile, but still, it was nice. But it's expensive, so you can't have it on a regular basis because there's not enough supply, pretty much. I did look online for Japanese and the old thread, but didn't really see any devotees. Okay. Yeah, look, I just really don't know. That's why I was hoping that, but he's gone. Jin was here because he may know because he's from South Korea. So I was hoping that he'd leave a comment if he knew about any, because there may be like a community in the whole of South or Northeast Asia, as that area is called. Yes. Yes, being on a carnivore diet does, because of the Taurus, does actually improve your tanning. Keep it clean, mate. Keep it clean. That's the most important thing. It's really to try and actually get mitochondrial to improve mitochondrial health, because it's really damage to mitochondria, and it's the biggest problem. And now younger kids are sort of being born by mothers who are eating a lot of sugar, a lot of stuff from very early age. And the kids are eating a lot of this stuff from very early age. And so even before they are birthed, they come out of the womb, they've got mitochondrial damage. And then it goes on from there. So it doesn't surprise me why we're getting these earlier and earlier situations of cancer. It's sort of, we saw that with Pottinger's cats as well. All these issues increase in those cats. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but don't blame your parents. They're just as brainwashed as everyone else. It's the people that are making the dosh that know this stuff and have known it for a long time. That's the people you really should be angry towards. And we need to get the message. It's not enough to be angry. Get the message out and try and save other people from the damaging effects. Did you see Salad Boy's video on his blood works? His hemoglobin A1C was 5.3. I was surprised it doesn't increase even more. Well, he may be doing a trick. It's a very easy trick. If you want to bring your hemoglobin A1C down, you can actually supplement heavily with taurine and reduce glycation of proteins. That's a trick. So you can eat a whole lot of sugar, and then you can basically put in a whole lot of supplementation of taurine, which is anti-glycating. And that, remember I told you the way the all the proteins in the brain, even, can actually be twisted and stuff like that due to, especially with Alzheimer's and stuff like that. And these proteins being very highly glycated, beta amyloid can't be cleared properly. Taurine goes in there, clears out a lot of that glycation, the advanced glycation end products that fructose and all these sort of things do. And what happens is you bring down the blood sugar levels in the bloodstream. It's the same stuff that basically these experiments are being done on rats, where they've given them high doses of taurine and brought down their A1C, even though the rats are diabetic. Got it? He may know about this and he's doing it, so that's a possibility. I don't know. I'm speculating now. But that would be surprising that he wouldn't be, have all these other effects of the glucose or the high fructose in his diet, and at the same time his A1C's where it is. It's sort of being cleared and pushed out into the periphery, out of the bloodstream, but it's still having the effects. But how is he getting it there? That's the issue. How is he overloading those other cells and forcing that extra glucose and fructose to be put away? That's probably due to maybe he's supplementing taurine. Maybe he's learned something. Don't know, Bruce. It does surprise me, but yeah, he may be doing excessive exercise as well to try and push down to a lower gradient of the Randall cycle, so he's not activating. So there may be a lot of things. So there's, unless I know his complete repertoire, hard to say. Oops. Oh, yeah, that's right. What I've learned on YouTube. Yeah, that guy's in Japan. That's right. That's true, Tom. Yeah, I forgot about him. He may know some people over there. That's true. He may. Because he's done stuff on Carnival and a few other things and stuff like that. So he may know people. Yes, good person to maybe contact. I don't know whether he's got an email or whatever. Half a year ago, already Carnival and on taurine, not taking boat yet. I couldn't tolerate dairy, but could tolerate eggs. Now I can eat heaps of eggs. I can't eat heaps of dairy, but I cannot tolerate eggs anymore. Ideas. That's a bit weird. It's usually the other way around. But you've been on taurine, which has a regulatory role, but sensitivity to proteins from eggs, if you're breaking eggs down, yeah, it's usually the reverse that usually happens for most people. So yeah, that trying to determine exactly what's driving it, Stefan, I think you need to go and consult with Bart K. And he needs to go through and see what could be the triggers. And you need to go through a whole list of stuff and all that. You need somebody to consult with to be able to do that. That's not something, I could be here for the next hour trying to explain all different possibilities. But that's not going to help you. You need somebody to basically go through and then ask you to go and do some certain tests and try to determine what could be the drivers. And then do a review of your lifestyle, because there can be factors in your environment that can also have an effect. So that's what I would do. I would really seriously do that. Because most people, when they do the kefirs, they do the taurine, the kefirs, and the carnivore diet and stuff like that, and try and get some of these beneficial bacteria. But you said you're not doing that. You haven't done that yet. Well, I would do it because most people got that resolution. Necro Kitty had diarrhea. She was on a carnivore diet, had diarrhea for 2 years. 2 years straight. Couldn't resolve her problems. She got on taurine with the B vitamins and the BioGaia, fixed that. Then she got constipation she couldn't get rid of. She went from one extreme to the other. That was because not enough the lactobacillus type bacteria strains. She did kefir to try and bring all those lactobacillus strains, and she resolved that. Now she's normalized all that stuff. So it's not enough with the taurine to balance the digestive system and sort that out to regulate it. You also need the right bugs in there that have been eliminated from glyphosate, from inappropriate foods and antibiotics and all that. And so there are a whole lot of other factors. And then to be able to normalize all that takes time and effort. And so consider I don't know what your finances are. If you can't consult, then consider basically hooking up with Necro Kitty and Luke in Bart's K's Discord. Interact with them and actually ask them, and they will tell you exactly. Necro will tell you exactly what we went, all the steps that she took, and because I did a sort of. I did a free type thing with her, but that was because, she was doing things for me, supporting my channel, doing things like that. And so, yeah, I've done that for Luke, and I've done that for, but I've got a day job. I just don't have time to do it for everyone. I've done it for people that have been heavily involved in my channel, doing things for me, like content and stuff like that. I will spend some time with them, but the majority I can't cover. I just don't have the capacity. It's just not practical. You need to understand that. So, and for those people, I'll do it because even it's free that I do it, but that's because they've done me many favors. And so it's sort of me paying them back for and saying thank you and helping them out. But go and talk to Necro Kitty on the Discord. She'll tell you exactly all the steps that she did to normalize all that sort of stuff in her digestion and properly. And if you fix all that, your digestion to work properly, you may resolve all these other issues that you're having with dairy and eggs and stuff like that. So, that usually helps. Vitamin D status is also another important element in that mix. Keep that in mind. Anyway, all the sort of stuff. Yes, the enzymes, proteolytic enzymes, and all that sort of stuff. Yep. Yes. Yes, with caution on the iodine stuff. Don't go too crazy, and make sure it's balanced with selenium. Very, very important. Yes, and wasting away, not a good idea. For Saladino's excuse after a day on the beach and in the salt water, I also always look like shit, and he does that every day. Okay. Look, yeah. For Saladino's excuse, yes, I have no idea what he's doing, mate. I have no idea. So I'll leave it at that. I'll see what Bart comes up with. Oops. I've been chasing vitamin D in the mountains of Bulgaria and Albania, but not using sun protection. Still taking 10th out in the middle of the summer, but I still low vitamin D. You're having malabsorption issues. You're definitely having malabsorption. If you can't get your vitamin D up, you're having fat-soluble vitamins, and that's probably causing you a whole lot of other issues as well. So you may have your gallbladder may be not functioning properly. Taurine is going to help with that, and malic acid as well is going to help with that. And that can take some time for some people to resolve. Plus, you may need to take some pancreatic type enzymes that will help with digestion, and also takes, you know, some bile, acids as well to help with digestion, because that helps as well. Because if you're not getting it, there is a digestive malabsorption issue here that's happening with you. And you may need to consult with somebody like Bart Kay to help you, coach you in terms of malabsorption issues and stuff like that, and the proper steps. So, yeah, that needs to be resolved, because if you prolonged malabsorption issues can cause anemia and all sorts of pernicious anemia, which can be very damaging to the brain. There's a lot of things that can happen. So you need to resolve that issue. What's the take on glucosamine sulfate, and what's the deal with cartilage healing being slow or to impossible, low cellular turnover, osteoblasts, ineffective in age? What's the limiting factors? Ultimately, I think a lot of people aren't consuming enough protein, really. So the body can create a lot of these things, and I mean, ultimately, what is protein? Sorry, what is bone? Mineralized protein. That's what it is. So you don't need. Obviously, you can eat connective tissue from an animal source. You can buy these sort of things as well, but they're not going to. That's not the healing thing. Remember, we've got collagen degrading enzymes on the one hand that need to be regulated by fat soluble vitamins, and on the other hand, you may have drivers that are actually making things worse as well. Oxalate can actually make worse bone sort of remodeling. So there's a lot of factors that can be at play that can be affected. Just taking certain supplements is not going to fix the problem necessarily. So what are you talking about here? Talking about slow healing, aren't you? your body. Why are you talking about soaps? Or are you talking to somebody else? Not sure what you're talking about at Llama. Yeah, but when we're talking about bones and stuff like that, you really need to get good nutrition. That's basically it. Your good nutrition and any factor that may be causing problems to deal with it, and that could be oxalate, and there you may need more sulfur amino acids like taurine and citric acid stuff. Depends on those sort of things, and you sometimes need to test some of these things just to see what's happening, urine tests and stuff like that. So there's a lot of things. It's hard from a distance to diagnose somebody or specific conditions, as you can understand. I just provide you with information. You guys then have to take the step of either going and consulting with somebody or going and seeing somebody and doing tests to determine these things, exactly to find out where you're at. Very good idea. Lilith is doing the same thing. Cellular repair, repairing tissue, repairing cells, fixing them, and all that. Your transcription of enzymes, proteins, or peptides, or metalloproteins, or whatever, all these little machines inside your body. Around your nucleus, there's a thing called the rough endoplasmic reticulum. In there is where all this stuff, the machinery, is to produce all this sort of stuff. That sort of stuff can be affected by too much sugar, viruses like C19, and a lot of other things that can actually interfere in those mechanisms working properly and producing the stuff that is going to repair oxidative stress, blah, 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 all these sort of things. Goes on and on. So what taurine does is goes in there and reduces the glycation, but also it goes into the mitochondria, reduces the glycation, it reduces the oxidation there. And also in the endoplasmic reticulum, where you've got all these machines that are building your enzymes, your different proteins, building structures for the body, those proteins need to be folded properly. And taurine also plays a folding role. So it folds proteins in the correct way so they function properly. Misfolded proteins is one of the major signs of aging. And many people that have got cancer or a lot of degenerative diseases have high levels of misfolded proteins. And the thing that actually combats and reduces misfolded proteins is taurine, which is one of the key sulfonic acids found in animal foods. Populations that eat an animal-based diet have less cellular damage and have better cellular repair because of the taurine that's coming from the animal foods. But, obviously if you've got a lot of damage because of inappropriate diets for many years, you can take more of this to facilitate more repair. It actually also lowers senescence. It lowers the senescence of cells and the immune system. That means it keeps your immune system younger and less damaged, and also cells younger and less damaged. And those that are really damaged, it kills them off. It forces apoptosis of cancer cells and of senescent cells. That's the magic of taurine, in a sense. And it plays a whole lot of regulatory roles throughout the whole body. It's a master regulator. It's like the god. It's like a god in your body, regulating everything. It's an ancient molecule that goes back to early life, regulating the way cell functions in deep water pressure. That's why it reduces blood pressure, normalizes things, all that, brings them back into homeostasis, a lot of systems throughout the body. It's not like a blunt instrument. It even acts like a calcium channel blocker, but it's not like a blunt, like blood pressure meds that are calcium channel blockers, but it's not like a blunt tool. It sort of regulates that. And so it acts like a calcium channel blocker without being one. It's great stuff. And it's a key constituent of animal foods. Unfortunately, the way we process animal foods nowadays, and we hang them up and we lose a lot of the fluids, with the fluids goes the taurine, our food tends to be lower in that amount, unless you're having snap frozen meat, or snap frozen fish, which is going to be higher. But yeah. Oh, see you, Lilith. Thanks for being here. Yep. Yep. Which is the stuff that we want to know. And that's what's been happening. There's no new tumors, no progress in bone metastasis at last scan. And that's the sort of results we want. But keep it clean, my dear. Keep it clean, and keep on the protocol. Yes, as your mitochondria start repairing and healing, you will basically see improvements in energy production as well, which means you will shift back to ancestral energy production, which is oxidative phosphorylation via the mitochondria. And your mitochondrial density will also improve over time. So things will get better, Lilith. Yeah, Pavel, I'd give it a miss. I don't do any of that sort of stuff. It's a bit. Anyway. I'm trying to keep my son to carnival while I cook for him for now, and it's difficult around his mum and his family, as he loved rice and noodles. Thankfully, he doesn't like sweets. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I mean, glucose is problematic in excessive amounts, but it's not as bad. It has lower deuterium and lower glycating factors than fructose of any sort. So it's far better. But also, if the child is outdoors and, like people used to be in the past, they used to work outdoors or always outdoors, and that helped in deuterium depletion. And people could tolerate more. But now we're city dwellers. We're indoors working and stuff like that. We don't get enough to basically mitigate. So the effects, the cumulative effects of deuterium buildup does do damage. We just can't clear it as well because we're not outdoorsy as much. So these are, it's not just the diet is the critical part, but it is other factors that also used to basically reduce the effects, but now they're not there anymore in the lifestyle that we do, which is the other sort of problem. Coenzyme Q deficiency cause impairment of the self-oxidation pathway. What are the implications in general? And low D, low taurine, elderly, a lot of things. One of the worst ones and problematic is probably heart failure. It is one of the worst. Is going to be the highest one is going to be heart failure, and I think that's terminal, quite terminal in that regard. So, and usually people with a low vitamin D and low taurine, that's another thing for heart failure and heart, nothing to control remodeling of heart. So a lot of people that are very low on taurine and coenzyme Q10 tend to have a lot of heart issues in older age and don't live as long, So ultimately they will have a lot of issues like that, and that can cause all sorts of other related issues like strokes and all sorts of things. Can be a very big problem. There also can be statins that actually can cause this deficiency, obviously. So, coenzyme Q10 is below the area where the enzymes are affecting cholesterol production. So if you actually shut that off, you're affecting a whole lot of other pathways all the way down. So, so that's really one of the biggest problems that we find that most people don't realize. And, coenzyme Q10, is an important, it has an antioxidant, like through this pathway, but let's not be too reductionist about it. Yes, that plays a role, but there are other intracellular antioxidants that also do intersect with this sort of pathway and also play an important role. Superoxide dismutase in a low carbohydrate state, so does glutathione, and they have requirements of certain components or micronutrients that we find in animal foods for them, selenium being one of the highest ones in that regard for those intracellular antioxidants. But in terms of, if you're eating an animal-based diet, you're not going to have any of these problems whatsoever. So it's people eating inappropriately, they're going to basically end up with a lot of these problems, but the biggie would be with the heart. The heart and the brain, those two parts of the body are the highest, where the highest requirement for coenzyme Q10 is. So CoQ is between complex 1 and complex 2 as electron transport, through the electron chain, plays a critical role. And if it's not there, your energy production can drop. And that means less energy, less to repair, less to do a whole lot of things, so, So a lot of older people that do have impairments through this pathway and all that, they tend to basically be really in a bad state. They have difficulty getting out of bed, getting out off a chair. They're really in these nursing homes, eating kibble and just dying slowly. And then they usually die in their sleep from heart failure in many cases. It's, the modern world, the way we treat our elderly is appalling. Look, they both are to some extent. Taurine tends to be more anti-glycating, but carnosine also is. But there seems to be, we don't have like comprehensive research in that. More research has shown that taurine is more, but it doesn't mean necessarily that in all tissue types. There's a bit of a question mark on that. But until we have more research, I can't say definitive that these specific tissue types, because none of the experiments were done equal. Like in the carnosine ones, they had different levels of glycating factors. In the taurine ones, they had different ones. The animals were slightly different, or the rats was bigger size or smaller sized. They weren't the same weight. In order to basically say definitively which has more anti-glycating effects than the other, you would need to have identical rats, not only that because they're both cloned, but also the rats would have to be exactly the same size. They'd have to be really very close, and then you'd have to basically have the same level of glycating factor and have a control, one which is a control on the standard stuff, one which is getting the glycation factor but nothing else to counteract that, one which is getting the glycating factor but getting carnosine, and one that's getting taurine with a glycating factor, to see what happens in terms of advanced glycation products and general glycation throughout the body of those rats after how many weeks or whatever. That's how you'd have to do it. But I've never seen a study exactly done like that, doing that sort of comparison. If you know of one, please let me know. But I haven't seen one. So it's really hard to say exactly. I know both have anti-glycating effects, but which one is more anti-glycating? From what I've seen in the literature when it comes to beta amyloid, I see taurine, far more studies on taurine showing anti-glycating effects. When it comes to the heart, I see more taurine anti-glycating effects. And the same thing for kidneys. That doesn't mean that carnosine isn't anti-glycating, but it seems in these organ systems, it seems that taurine plays a more anti-glycating role from the research. Now, as I said, we'd need more research to determine the exact, because they did use different glycating levels and stuff in the different studies. This is a problem that I get annoyed with, that there's we need to do some standardization if you're going to compare one with the other. But I don't think that's the focus of a lot of these researchers. They just want to say, does this substance have anti-glycating properties or not? And that's all they did. So that's why we've got a bit of inconsistency on the degree of difference. But at the end of the day, both are part of animal foods. And it just means that animal foods have anti-glycating effects, which is great. So eat more animal-based foods and you'll have more anti-glycating effects, which is what we should be doing. Where have you been, Mr. Technician? Good to see you, Dr. Gregor. Always a pleasure, mate. Always a pleasure. Yes. We, I had a bit of. I was socialising yesterday, so it had to be shifted to Monday. I've done this before. This is my second Monday that I've actually done it. I think it's second or third. I can't remember. I think it's my second, but I could be wrong. You're welcome. This Smith 101. Hi, Harry. Are nitrates in bacon a health concern? No. I love bacon and eat it almost daily. I occasionally buy nitrate-free bacon. So do I. But I usually tend to get nitrate-free bacon because it's smoked, and I love smoked bacon. That's the only reason. And it happens to be nitrate-free as well. But it's not a big concern of mine. I mean, plants, like a lot of the green plants, have far more nitrates than any of these processed meats. So, yeah. And the amount is so little, our body can cope. So, yeah. You've got a whole lot of studies out there that are showing no effects from certain populations. That means somebody who's eating a lot of plants and getting a lot of nitrates and is a vegetarian and has better outcomes than somebody on a sad diet, and they're getting far more. And then they're accusing the nitrates in the meat. I'm going, well, that's ridiculous. No, those people are eating sugar with the actual meat and actually basically engaging the Randle cycle. The biggest concern that I would have with processed meat is, does it have sugar in it? So you have to look at the label. If it's got any sugar, like maltodextrose and stuff like that, don't buy it. So that's pretty much it. I have less concern about the nitrates and more concern about pretty much that sort of stuff. So you're welcome, mate. And nitrates actually increase nitric oxide that is vasodilating. So they do have some side benefit as well in terms of, a bit like arginine will actually increase nitric oxide as well. So, yeah, you can take L-citrulline. That's one thing, or to bypass the liver. So you get more of an NO effect, especially for some people that are doing bodybuilding or some people that are having extracurricular activities and don't want to take Viagra 30 minutes prior. Maybe too much information. In case I worry about my vitamin C intake, what are some decent sources besides lemon juice? You don't need it, mate. You don't need it. All you'll do is produce oxalate. You don't need it, believe me. Hydroxyproline and hydroxylysine, you can actually get that from preformed in animal foods, in meat. It's already there. And so you only need very little. The whole purpose is to create these collagen proteins when they're already in the meat. These sort of things. So these amino structures are already there. So you'd really, and your body can actually produce all this sort of stuff. You give it enough of the proteins and stuff like that. I mean, remember, Napoleon slaughtered horses and fed horses to his troops, cooked horses to his troops to cure scurvy. Got it? No requirement for vitamin C as a dietary supplement or anything like that. You can cure scurvy with just meat. Napoleon did it, and many others have done it before. It's well known. This whole thing about, remember, the sailors on British ships were actually being given biscuits, these dried biscuits. That was their food. It was only the officers that never got scurvy that were eating meat, dried meat that they could afford to take with them because it was expensive. So they fed that, and then they had to find an alternative for those people, for the sailors that were getting scurvy, and they came up with limes and lemons. That's what they were called, limeys back then. But the reality is, you don't need, when you're on a species appropriate diet, your requirement for vitamin C goes down. First, for antioxidants, all your intracellular antioxidants are upregulated in a low carbohydrate state. So automatically, you've got all this electron doning, glutathione, superoxide dismutase, and all the other things that come, even taurine that comes from meat has an anti-glycating effect and antioxidant effect. It sort of regulates the antioxidant system as well in an indirect way and direct way. So yeah, that's why I call it a master, like a master controller. But basically you use glutathione as your primary. All animals that don't synthesize vitamin C actually use uric acid as their prime antioxidant, plus they use this sort of molecule of LDL, which is the LP little a, as it's called. It's got a little, like an LDL with a tail, and that LP little a is a reparative system. That's what it uses. So you don't need the vitamin C there to to be a cofactor specific enzymes of the animals that produce vitamin C to basically then go and stitch up the collagen damage. You use LP-A with that, which stitches it all up, and that's why you've got that until you basically build the, like, you build a layer and slowly of calcium to calcify it. No different than when you scratch your hand, it creates like a healing of a substance, which is a lot of collagen and basically cholesterol, collagen, and basically some calcium, and then it will clear off as it heals from underneath. But if you assault it continues by scratching it, or you assault it internally, your endothelium, you're going to get these problems. Pretty much your body can heal all these things, these collagen related, as long as you give it the nutrition. We do not need much. Now, we need very minuscule amounts of vitamin C. The problem is when we consume sugar, because they go through the same GLUT receptors, GLUT4 receptor in particular, what happens is it always prioritizes, that receptor always will prioritize glucose over vitamin C. So you have to take more on a carbohydrate diet in order to force through the actual and any excess, it'll actually convert it to oxalate, get rid of it, or store it. And that's how you end up with a lot of stored, because of eating plants and getting, if you're getting supplementation, that excess amount, the body, when oxalates come in, it starts storing them into the soft tissue. And that creates a lot of problems and joint problems and all sorts of things later on. Not a good thing to take that sort of stuff, believe me. Bit of lemon juice is fine. It's more for flavor. I don't do it for the vitamin C. Let's put it that way. As long as you keep the sort of, on a cheat day, I will use far more lemon. Why? Because I know I probably need it, if you know what I mean. But I try to minimize that to a Saturday when I'm socializing and stuff like that. Or in this case, it was the Sunday, to 1 day a week. And the only thing that I did do was 2 glasses of gin. I kept it to that, thankfully. That's why I don't have any of the after effects today. I usually can sometimes, yes, well in the past, but I've been trying to be nicer to my body. But yeah, but pretty much, don't worry about it. People, if you're getting enough meat, you're going to be fine, and you're in this low carbohydrate state where you've got all your intracellular antioxidants working properly and all that, you're not going to get any problems. You do not need to supplement vitamin C. All you're going to do is harm yourself by creating a lot of oxalate, because the body in those sort of conditions only needs very little. And when you upregulate glutathione and the sort of intracellular antioxidant, what they do is they electron donate. That means they maintain. That's why your level of vitamin C and vitamin E come down in a low carbohydrate state, because of the electron donating of glutathione on all these systems. It's only in a high carbohydrate diet that these intracellular antioxidant systems get suppressed, and your requirements of vitamin E and vitamin C go up. So that's the difference. So don't put in the sugary stuff, and you won't need to worry about vitamin C or vitamin E. Nah, how are you, mate? All questions. Will taurine supplement help me with healing diabetes? Yes, it will. It'll lower your glucose in your bloodstream and all that. But at the end of the day, taurine can only mitigate to some extent. At the end of the day, you have to clean up your diet and get rid of all your carbs. Simple as that. There's, you're not going to heal any other way. You've got to get rid of the carbs, mate. So yes, it can help. It can lower blood sugar levels. It can sort of reduce the amount of glycating factors. It can do a lot of that sort of stuff, but it cannot reverse diabetes unless you get off the sugar. Ultimately, you've got to get rid of that sort of stuff and disengage the Randall cycle, to heal. Exactly, it is. Yeah, she actually makes animal-based soaps. Yeah, I buy animal-based soaps down here as well in Tassie. You can actually buy it. And I also buy goat milk soap as well. So, and I also buy a goat milk soap occasionally, which is very much an artesian style. It's a bit more pricey, where the other ones, just cost about $2. This one costs about $4.50, but I do buy it. Sometimes it's from one of those naturopathic sort of outlets. And what they've got is ash in it, which is what traditionally they used to put ash into the soap making. That was a sort of traditional. And ash is really good for the skin pH as well. Milk as well is really good because milk has got a similar pH to your skin. So that's why Cleopatra used to do the milk baths. And you can actually get those big packs of goat milk powder and put it in your in your bath with your Epsom salts. There you go. For those who want to sort out their pH and all that and improve their skin microbiome. Be like Cleopatra. Is Tori messing with or stressing CV system in people without hypertension issues? Nope. If supplemented sporadically on off, shouldn't. Is that exclusively a concern for people with angiotensin ACE2 issues? Can be if they're on substances that are affecting those pathways. It can also, there are certain meds for kidney disease that can also cause some of these sort of issues. I talk about blood pressure issues, but there are some kidney ones as well that can be a bit of interaction. There's not much in the literature, but it's sort of just generally discussed that it could be an issue, like case studies that they've actually noticed it, but nobody's done any studies, actual proper studies to determine those interactions. So potentially. Well, taurine's role is to regulate ions in the inside the cells and outside the cells, properly balance the ions, because it must maintain electroneutrality at the cell membrane, as I've said to people. Otherwise, you'd get sparking in your body. We don't want that. That'd be dangerous. That doesn't happen. The universe maintains the electroneutrality, and taurine seems to play a role like that in the body. But we won't go into physics. We don't want to confuse everyone. But in terms of, I would say it would be primarily certain medications. Obviously, I think people who are have got diabetes 1 need to be careful with if they're taking, for instance, insulin in that regard. I would keep the insulin and the taurine separate when taking it. That would be definitely one of the things, because it does have a slight insulinogenic interaction with insulin. In that regard, taurine does. But that's another element that it's more of a signaling with insulin, interaction signaling, in order to facilitate sort of the clearance out of excess glucose. It also has an effect on pyruvate directly. So it actually prevents pyruvate from going down the through lactate. It forces it into the Krebs cycle. So that's how it also increases the clearance of glucose and reduces glycation as well out of the system. So it has that, but that, as a consequence of that, it can have an effect on these downstream systems. So yes, potentially. But I've never seen any research specifically and all that. Now, I mean, it's like, people go on and off things and do all sorts of things, but there's no clear research to cover that. So we could sort of speculate, but I can't really give you a yes, no. There are possibilities. Let's put it that way. But yeah, obviously, taurine is has an interaction with these, and that's another area with the ACE2 receptor, where taurine has an effect also with, in terms of, C-19, COVID. So, seems to be a player there as well with that system, with that receptor site. So, yeah, interesting. But we need more research to really understand what's happening. But we know it's having some positive effect of slowing down. Is it due to the way it's interacting with the receptor side, or are there other things that we haven't mechanistically sort of worked out? That's a question. I did the recent video on taurine and COVID, but I still can't find enough information on like mechanistic studies on the ACE2 receptor in terms of the way it's affecting and interacting with the virus itself. So I'm still looking. So yeah, to work out what may be happening in that sort of domain. Anyway, just bought some now supplements, as been having severe oxalate dumping over the past. Ouch, just a quick thanks. I'm hoping it helps, but on the right track and recovery. I don't know much about the no supplements. I usually recommend the other one, which is in the free form. Does this come in the free form or not? Because that's the most important thing, that it's in a free form, not bound to anything. So I have not looked into this supplement. The other one I do recommend. You've seen me. I've put it many times, James. You must have seen it in other live streams. The one on iHerb. If Lukey can put it in there, I'd appreciate it in the live stream. The one that I'm talking about, it'll save me having to look for it. But I don't know enough about the one you're taking, so I can't comment on what its effects will be. I know the other one actually works, and I know that Alex from the Netherlands has tried some of the others and found that only the other ones, the one that I usually talk about, which is in the free form, does really work much better, he found. So, but that was to get in gut related stuff. So about other tissues, I'll put a question mark, because no research. I just know that one works better than the other. Why would animal-based fat matter in soap making? Why would? You can make soap from different fats, a whole lot of different fats, from any source you like. But there is potential for plant-based ones to be oxidized much easier, and that could be. Thank you. Yeah, that's the Nature's Life one. Thanks, Luke. Yeah, so yeah, so pretty much that's the sort of difference. We've been making animal-based soaps for a very long time, and from dairy products as well, like goat milk and stuff like that, using goat product, stuff like that, and ash as well. In a lot of the modern stuff, they don't actually put ash, which is really annoying. But in the traditional soap making, you used to put ash in it. So, and it has a really, there's a lot of research showing that it has a really important effect on the pH, the skin pH. So, yeah. But milk-based is going to be the closest. Anything that's milk-based is going to be closest to the pH of our human skin. So I tend to go for the goat milk stuff nowadays that I use. And that's not just because I'm Greek, Llama. That's not because I'm just Greek, but I go for the side benefits as well. Uh, yeah, that's it. Yep, exactly. Citric acid, food grade, and they do have some on iHerb as well. And yes, a quarter of a teaspoon. Thank you, Shelley. Heinrich, good to see you, mate. Yeah, it used to be made primarily from manifold and ash. They used to put ash in as well. Unfortunately, not many of them do put ash nowadays, and I don't know why. Or maybe it's just too hard because back then nobody's not good. You still need to burn wood to create ash, and back in those days, people were using wood all over the place where they don't use it anymore. So it's much harder to get ash to use. But yeah, anyway, side issue. Yeah. The freeform taurine is far more potent, it seems, also for H. pylori. So people have noticed that difference because it does help with H. pylori. Also, the BioGaia, that other, the one that we're talking about before, that one, if Lukey wouldn't mind putting it in and also put the Discord in this as well, so people can know where to go for the Discord. If you don't mind, Lukey. Thanks, mate. And yeah, so check that out and get some information in regards to that. So yeah, she's probably already gone. Yep, lactoferrin does benefit. Lactoferrin increases interferon in the body, and that's been shown to have benefits. Look, if you're concerned, look, the amount of sugar in a glass of milk is going to be minuscule. But I say to people, if you're concerned, the other way of actually getting it is raw cheeses, because the raw cheeses will also have both a lot of beneficial bacteria, enzymes, and lactoferrin. And that's probably a better way. I usually encourage people to consume less milk, but actually supplement lactoferrin. So that's what I usually encourage people to do in that regard. But the reality is, when it comes to very small amounts, it's not going to be an issue. Your body actually generates through gluconeogenesis. You can't eliminate sugar completely. It's the excess that can be a problem, but it's not really. Let me put it this way: sugar from an animal product, whether it's a backbone of the triglyceride backbone, or it's basically the coming from an animal product or whatever, it's going to be much lower in deuterium compared to a plant. So the sugar molecules being produced in a plant are actually driving deuterium to actually as a growth factor in that plant. The sugar molecules that are in, a triglyceride or the sort of glycosylation that actually the body does, that means even the pericellular matrix, like the little hairline structures that are around the actual, whether it's a lipoprotein or whether it's basically your endothelium or whatever, the glycocalyx, they have at the tip, they've got they get glycosylated. They've got a little these sugar molecules. These sugar molecules actually also communicate, but also maintain a negative charge. And these are not basically high deuterium sources or whatever. These are basically produced within the body and all that from precursors. So it's not all sugar is the same. And some sugars are going to be much lower. As long as the animal is grass-fed and not grain-fed, that milk, that's the important thing, that milk is going to have a lower deuterium, the sugar molecule. Sugar can actually have anywhere between 140 odd, 42 up to 45, right up to 160 parts per million in terms of deuterium. So that's the difference and all that. Refined sugars are going to be at the higher end. Less refined sugars are going to be further down. And those from animals usually tend to be at the lower part, which is very similar to where protein is, to very similar levels. So they have less effects deleterious on the mitochondria, stuff like that. And if you've got enough lean body mass, especially if you're young and have enough lean body mass, it's just going to basically add to glycogen stores because it's so low. I mean, a glass of milk, even if a big glass of milk, you're still probably going to be at 25 grams. That's ketogenic. So it's not going to be a problem in that regard. But if you really want the benefits of lactoferrin, you're not going to get them from consuming raw milk. You probably have to supplement if you want to get the real strong benefits in that regard. Yeah, it is. It is also. Thanks for, yeah. Yeah, it is for myelination. Yeah. Galactose, yes. There is an enzyme. It's before you come to, glucose 6-phosphate, there is a sort of, because there's those 4 enzymes, and then it can, go into that other direction where glucose goes directly to glucose 6-phosphate, and then goes beyond the rest of the 9 odd enzymatic pathways, but that can veer in that regard. That's part of the glycosylation we talk about. So because even that, there are glucose molecules in structures. We still have some requirements for glucose, for sugar molecules in different structures in the body. Even fat is stored with a glycerol backbone, which is a sugar molecule. So it's the excess amount we're talking about. It can be a problem, small amounts and all that. Yeah, but if you're concerned, and if you really want the benefits, as I said, of lactoferrin, it's really supplementing in terms of to increase the interferon. But it also, it's synergistically, Zach. You have to go with a vitamin D, having good status. You've got to get the taurine in there and all, and making sure that good low carbohydrates to upregulate all those intracellular antioxidant systems. They all work together in sort of clearing out senescent cells, reducing glycation, repairing tissue, and it's all about that. Reducing, improving deuterium depletion, reducing lactate. Lactate is another thing that can be used by by things like cancer cells and stuff like that. Well, to reduce lactate, taurine is the best thing for, it literally blocks at pyruvate, it blocks lactate production. It forces it through the Krebs cycle, which is really important. So, so that's another important thing of animal nutrition compared to the other sort of nonsense out there. You mean scalpel treatment? As long as you just get enough protein in your diet. If you get enough protein, you will heal. If you don't get enough protein, you can't heal. You need protein to build things and to repair things. It's simple as that. And enough leucine for the protein synthesis, and enough taurine to magnify that effect by a number of pathways. For me, selenium is one thing, certainly. Exercising a lot, yes, that reduces the amount of circulating glucose. Yes, being in the sun every day, diminishing greatly the negative side effects of a bad diet. Yes, that can help as well. Plus, vitamin D does improve things as well. It does have improvement effects on glucose tolerance. The other thing that also is the deuterium depletion. All these factors. Obviously, he still has some animal foods in there, which also means he's getting more taurine than the average sad dieter, which means that also he'll be pushing more of the that stuff through the Krebs cycle rather back in through lactate, or he'll be able to manage it better. Also, he'll be able to export fat out of the liver much more efficiently as well. So you won't get fatty liver because of the choline stuff in his meat. So there are eggs and meat. So there are benefits of an animal-based diet to reduce a number of these deleterious effects. Yes. So lifestyle and some of the positive things that he does can mitigate some of these things. That's true. Yeah, and not everyone does all those things or lives in the tropics, which is the other problem. Yes, and yes, to some extent, Bam Palis, that's true. But if he's getting enough choline by either supplementing or eating enough eggs, he can export fat out of the liver. And if he's not engaging the Randall cycle or keeping it at a very low gradient, he can avoid some of the more deleterious effects. He will suffer for it, but at a much slower pace, is what we're saying. So, and what I think Stefan was trying to point out is some of the things that he's doing that can mitigate the worsening effects. So he's damaging himself much slower. That's the difference. It's a bit like people in the past. They used to have, because before refrigeration, people used to consume two-thirds animal foods and 1/3 plant foods, which were seasonal. And so they would sustain some damage, by engaging the Randall cycle periodically through the year. But the rest of the year, they would pickle things, which would reduce, which would credit as a probiotic, but also would reduce the amount of sugar in those pickled fruits and vegetables and whatever. And when they would have them in the winter period, it'd be less deleterious. So all these things were different. We've changed it. Refrigeration, modern conveniences have changed radically everything. So even those people that are outdoors, physically working harder, which depleted glycogen, stores, and so they would be either not engaging the Randall cycle or at a very low gradient. And if you don't get excess energy, again, you won't engage. So you can actually tolerate much better. So there's a lot of things that can actually mitigate and all that. And I don't know everything that he's, but these, what I think Stefan was trying to say is they are possible things that he's doing, but you can't sustain that. We've seen Tim Noakes and many others that tried to do all excessive exercise and all that. All they did was they wore their joints out, and then they can't do it anymore. And after that, they get sick very fast. And Tim Noakes went through that. Many others, athletes, go through that. They balloon out and become very sick very fast. So you can actually keep it at bay to some extent, but it's going to catch up in the end. And so I think we're all on the same page to some extent. Marlo, just not a problem. I hope you're enjoying the content. Yeah, that's true. You can find it as well, because they do use it for cooking purposes and stuff like that. Yeah, you can find it. And that's probably even going to be cheaper than the supplemental stuff online. That's true. No, it's all nonsense. It's all nonsense. It's just such a small amount that is produced. Yeah. And the rat studies that they used, they actually gave them massive quantities. You would have to eat a truckload of meat cooked severely to get that same effect. Not going to happen. Our antioxidant system and all that can deal with it. Our detox pathways, it's non-issue. Don't worry about it. It's basically a non-issue. You know, I mean, this is all the bullshit about heme iron and stuff like that. It's nonsense. And taurine actually reduces that, and taurine in the meat actually regulates iron homeostasis. So, and reduces this problem as well. So when you eat animal foods, you get all that. And, you know, the biggest problem is, what about the plants that have got nitrates that are basically going to be reacting in a certain way, and you end up with certain similar compounds, but it seems to be okay for that. It's nonsense. Most of these people are on a sad diet, and it's an association. It's not. They haven't proven causality anywhere in any of the literature. It's all based on associational data or excessive amounts given to rats, because they can't experiment on humans to give them those excessive amounts. Our bodies can tolerate certain things at certain amounts. Beyond a certain threshold, yeah, you know, nothing can be tolerated. You know, I mean, let's be realistic. So, yeah, but you can't extrapolate from mechanistic reductionist studies. You got to be very careful how you interpret those things. Very much so. And this is another reason why, you know, taurine plays a very important role in iron homeostasis and actually using these ion dependent pathways as well. So you get better results as a look, don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. The compounds are slightly different, but in the end they break down to very similar compounds. So yeah, nothing really to worry about. Our bodies are never going to get massive. It's such a small quantity. We're talking about, you know, like something a little minuscule like that, when the other things were just like massive amounts that they gave the animals. It's not the same. You know, they exceeded their detox capacity of the animal. So yeah, it's irrelevant. It's just nonsense. You know, that's why you will never see it in a clinical study, because even if you do this in a clinical study, it'll come out negative. No difference. And there are actually some like Japanese researchers that have looked at some of this sort of stuff of, you know, certain Japanese habits, and they've seen no difference. So all you need is one study, even an epidemiological study, one study to show the inverse effect. If you've got the inverse effect, if something is potentially, we haven't proven, potentially associated has a potential inference of causality, because you can only in mechanistic or experimental stuff show cause and effect, but you can only infer in very high quality associations. If you find one study showing the inverse, and I have come across studies like that, the inverse, then it's a non-issue, because like the tobacco studies, they all show in one direction. There's nothing showing in the other direction. You only need one study to show in the other direction. It invalidates the hypothesis. You know, it is either associated or it's not. If something is not associated, it can't be causal. Simple as that. So that's what I'm saying. You got to think about that. So don't worry about it. It's probably what Bart needs to do. He drinks far too much coffee. God, he does. Look, there are compounds in lemons, like in limes in particular, that can react with some people's genetics. Some people can actually, from limes or lemons, can actually get burnt much easier, like UV burning. So that's, one reason why people don't recommend necessarily lemons or limes. They recommend citric acid a citric acid supplementation, which is safer in that regard for anyone. That's why I always recommend. Bart does the same. We recommend that because I don't know whether you've got a sensitivity to lemons or limes. I don't, but you may. So that's the reason. And that's the reason Shelley would also. And that's the reason why Bart does as well, for those reasons. And exactly, that's the other thing. Yeah, good point. Yes, they are nitrates in your saliva as well. Yes, good point. Well stated. Forgot about that. So lactoferrin plays a role when it comes to, for proptosis, asking for a friend called Zach. Why are you asking for a friend called Zach? I think there's a Zach in here. Is that, you're confusing me, Lama. You're confusing me. Lactoferrin does have an interaction with ions, with basically, and it does work with the immune system in that regard. Yes. I think I did cover that in, was it that video that I did on iron metabolism? I think I did cover that a while back. You may be referring to. Yes. If you want to maintain good homeostasis of your ions, of your ions or ions, calcium ions, the ions of iron, the ions of basically magnesium, potassium, whatever ions, the best thing you do is eat enough meat to get enough taurine to regulate those. Most people get into problems because of derangements, particularly being on a sad diet, But even on a sad diet, if you take taurine, you can sort of reduce the amount of deleterious effects because you can start improving the sort of the homeostasis of these, intra and extracellular ions. But yeah, stop seeing things in reductionism because saying, oh, that does have an interaction, but it's more complicated than just that simple interaction. That's just reductionist thinking. But yes, it has a relationship, but a lot of things have. But the master regulator is that stuff that's in the fluids of animal foods. That's called taurine. That's the master regulator in the body. Period. Yeah, I love lemon as well, but only on certain foods, on pork and fish. On others, it depends. Like on steaks, I prefer putting like butter and letting it melt. So I just think butter actually combines better with beef than lemon juice. But I love lemon juice on pork and on fish. But I actually, on white fish, I have to combine it with lemon, with butter. So I put the butter first and then I put the lemon juice. So yeah, most of this sort of stuff, most of these compounds can be slightly different, but more or less they are very similar related and work in a very similar way. So, I think we get too wound up, and most of the studies that have looked at nitrates have looked at them in these massive quantities, which physiologically you will not get from food, you will not get from your saliva, you will not get from most things. It's just basically reductionist. If I give you excessive amount of thousands and thousands of IUs of anything, you're not going to feel great after, So, because you've probably exceeded the capacity, like 1 million IUs of something, you've exceeded the capacity of the body to basically be able to handle, store that, do something with it. And then it can stay in the blood circulation and potentially interact with things and become a pro-oxidant. Many things do. Why do you think the body stores things away? It either uses it or stores it. There's specific reasons for that. Why it can actually, too much circulating things, certain things can glycate over time, proteins, like the red blood cells and stuff like that, can interact in certain ways and become pro-oxidants, all sorts of things. But eating normal food won't give you those excesses. All this comes from reductionist research, just to look at how this affects this. All it tells you is at this dose, for this size of animal, you will get this effect. But that doesn't tell you anything below that. So a lot of these research that were done years ago were more to determine toxic effects of different substances in the body at certain dosages. That's really what it was, to try and work out how much do you have to take of something before you get a toxic effect of some sort, or a negative effect. And I think a lot of people then in different communities, whether it was in the paleo community or this community, ran with that stuff because it was reductionist thinking, and they could say, oh, if you do this, this will happen. No, that's not what the research said. It said that in these are the fit. That doesn't mean in small amounts look, just living, just breathing in oxygen has a pro-oxidant effect. Oxidation comes just from breathing. You're not going to stop breathing, are you? Just eating will actually oxidative phosphorylation. You're basically oxidizing substrates to turn them into energy. There is, as a consequence of doing that, there is reactive oxygen species that are generated. But when you eat species appropriate foods, there are very small amounts which the intracellular antioxidant system can clear up. That's why it's there. If you didn't have any oxidants being produced by oxidizing food, those compounds of food, then you wouldn't need antioxidant systems. They wouldn't be required. The body's got them there to do that. Where the problem lies is the stuff you put in. At the subatomic level in the mitochondria, through the Krebs cycle, what are you producing? Water. Specific water, low deuterium water. That low deuterium water, if it's got too much deuterium in it, because most of your energy is being produced at the mitochondria. That's where it's produced. So really, what is it? It's subatomic particles, electrons and protons and neutrons. That's what it is. That's what your food is at the end game. The end game is subatomic particles going through that electron chain and producing ATP as a byproduct. So that's how it sort of works, and the same thing, recycling your creatine in your muscle so your filaments can actually contract and do that. That's what you're doing by producing that ATP. You're creating energy for work in the systems. We need to start thinking like that. That's how it is. Now, it's really at that level, what are we putting there? Is that water coming from low deuterium sources like fat from animal foods, or is it coming from high deuterium sources? All these other byproducts, some nitrates, a bit of this or that or whatever. If you've got a good functioning body, good energy levels because you've got healthy mitochondria, they will basically detox and clear this stuff out. They'll keep senescence down, repair up, and all this. Everything will work beautifully. Thank you very much. So the concern is when you've deranged your body, years of inappropriate things, and you've got a lot of damage, then it may be a good idea to put less stress on your body by less of this, keeping it cleaner. That means until you heal and you can tolerate more of these things. That's another strategy, in terms of the cost benefit of healing sort of thing. But let's not extrapolate through reductionism pathways as the problem. Oh, this big problem like the gurus do. No. fix the mitochondria, fix your diet properly so you're producing proper metabolic water to produce proper low deuterium based energy, and you won't have damaging effects to your mitochondria, and you'll maintain good levels of mitochondrial efficiency and mitochondrial energy production to be able to do all the healing and repair and everything else. Those are the critical things. That's why species appropriate diet is an important thing, because really a species appropriate diet is a low deuterium diet. Fundamentally, it's producing energy without causing damage to the most important energy production components in your body, the mitochondria. So we can talk about all these other little elements that are there, but generally speaking, it's really the type of energy you're putting in your body that's really going to affect how your body really works in the long run. That's what my old man does. In the morning, he just warm water and lemon juice. Yeah, I know. Even though he eats a lot of animal foods, he just does that. He likes it. Look, I like lemons as well. I grew up in my family. I can eat like a raw lemon like that. I used to and still do sometimes. It must be a Serpanos thing. I don't know. Must be. We must have contracted it from the goons around us. I don't know. I'm making up shit now. Yep. I think we covered a lot of that. And also we'll mention heavy vitamin C supplement that can be disastrous. Yep. Yeah, oxalates. Yes, very much so problematic. And as long as we're doing the right thing by our body and upregulating our intracellular antioxidant system that comes from a species-appropriate diet, vitamin C is a very minor player. It does only, electron dones, and then it becomes a pro-oxidant that needs to be stabilized. That's why it gets converted to oxalate to be stabilized, so it doesn't become a pro-oxidant. So why would you put more in? You only need a small amount, and you need a glutathione, being a species-appropriate diet to upregulate glutathione. And what does glutathione do? It recycles vitamin C and vitamin E, which means it lowers the requirement substantially. That's the difference. Why the levels go even lower. Napoleon's troops were also consuming plant foods. So they weren't in a low carbohydrate state, but still the animal food was sufficient to heal their scurvy. So somebody on a species appropriate diet with upregulated intercellular antioxidant systems that can actually recycle vitamin E and vitamin C, I wonder they would probably even need less than the troops. That's why we don't see any carnivores with scurvy, no Inuit with scurvy, no Maasai with scurvy or anybody like that, or most in our community to do it clean. So, yeah, there's a lot of myths about vitamin C, as Shelley is pointing out, a lot of myths. And a lot of people that use reductionism and ignore that when you're on a different diet, different systems are at play and different receptor sites work differently, like the GLUT4 receptor, uptake of vitamin C, the intracellular antioxidant system to recycle or not. If you can't recycle, what are you going to do? You're going to turn that pro-oxidant into an oxalate and either store it or try to dump it. Not a good thing. So remember that. Could be deleterious to your kidneys. Too much vitamin C. Yeah, look, he would be. He definitely would be. Compared to the general population, what they eat, God, it's horrendous in comparison, let alone they're not even out in the sun. Taurine. Put your taurine up, because taurine actually reduces these sort of issues. So you may be depleting your sulfur amino acids as well. And too much potassium can be dangerous for the heart. you're getting enough potassium. You only excrete, James, 192 milligrams per day. If you eat a steak, you'll get well over 13 to 1700. You do not need to supplement potassium, and excess potassium can be dangerous for the heart. They use it to kill people, so no, you need, and if you want to recycle to maintain the ions correctly, it's the taurine that does that. There can be other things that can actually also influence that sort of stuff. But oxalate dumping can really be taurine depleting. And it varies between people, James. It varies between people. So, yeah. Yeah, look, Kelly Hogan has done it. A number of other carnivores have done it that have been years on carnivore diet and checked, and it's in the range. It's not an issue. People only excessively will use vitamin C and deplete vitamin C on a kibble diet. It's what it is. Vitamin C levels requirements go way up when you're dealing with carbohydrates. Yeah. And he's back again. Did you go back? Did you go and do some sport exercise? Did you? A bit of weightlifting, mate. Yeah, fair enough. Look, some people just, they're just too, get at this stuff. This is the one that actually is unbound and actually is going to do a better job. Oh, is it a free form, is it? Okay. I don't know. I haven't checked it, so I don't know. If it's free form, it's okay. If it's not, as long as it's not bound to anything, then it's okay. Okay. Oh, look, a lot of people sort of fear eating enough meat, and and modern meat also doesn't have as much, which is another problem. Almond milk cracks me up. Yeah, I know, it's or soy milk, or God. Yeah, I know. It's crappy. Look, my brother does all the coffees and stuff down in Salamanca. He actually has all these, and I say, he says, well, people ask for it. I still gotta sell and make money, and I go, I understand, but yeah, he goes, I can't believe people consume this. But I did ask him once, and I said, what's the sort of, and he said, oh, look, you'll be surprised, still a lot of people still are using full cream milk. It's only a 10 to 15%. It varies. Sometimes it could be down to 5%. So sometimes we can use, and it varies. Sometimes he's got people that come from different parts, and he may sell more, to that small number of people, more almond or soy or one of the other milks. And it's really, there's always some new variety that comes out. He tries to actually get, because he gets it wholesale, so he can get a better price to some of it. And he just basically, it's got it there, and it lasts forever, basically. So if you don't open up the container, it's it's got preservatives in there, so it's not going to go off. So he doesn't really care. Yeah, salt can be important as well. Not especially if you've lost a lot of salt for whatever reason, can be an issue. Yeah, lactoferrin, the sort of seems to have a bit of an effect. And there are certain types also, some of the medium chain triglycerides. Some of the medium chain triglycerides that are in goat's milk have antibacterial properties. So H. pylori can sometimes mutate over time to certain strains where it's much harder to deal with. And medium chain triglycerides seem to do a better job, whatever strain it is. So it's probably the medium chain triglycerides that are having that effect. Again, excessive medium chain triglycerides for a very long time can be a problem as well. They can end up causing, like, knocking out certain beneficial bacteria as well. So depends on the population as well. Like Polynesians and all that tend to have certain other bacterial strains that we don't have that seem to mitigate the effects of the medium chain triglycerides having a negative effect on their gut microbiome, where Europeans and others don't seem to have those specific bacterial strains. But the thing that is basically being the beneficial there in the goat in particular yogurt, which a lot of the Bulgarian stuff and some of the Greek mountain stuff is goat based or sheep based, but in particular the goat stuff is a lot of it is the medium chain triglycerides of the goat milk that have that beneficial effect. So interesting in that regard. We've always had H. pylori with us, but it's really trying to get the acid levels to suppress the damn thing. Sometimes I've said to people, look, they've tried a lot of things, and I've said, look, just go for the antibiotic approach, and then try and use the yogurts and the acidifiers, trying to get your acidity level up so it can actually keep it under control. So once you can't completely eliminate H. pylori, you need to know that. But what you can do is you can suppress it sufficiently. And taurine really helps with increasing the proton pumps. This was sheep yogurt. Sheep yogurt also has, but goat yogurt is actually better than sheep yogurt in terms of the medium chain triglycerides. Goat yogurt does have medium chain triglycerides, but not to the same level, and short chain fatty acids, but not to the same level as goat. Goat is the highest, then sheep, and then some of the other milks are lower. So some of the other milks, like all of them, goat, cheese, goat, sheep, and cow, they'll all have some short chain fatty acids, but the sheep one will have some medium chain triglycerides, but the highest source out of all the dairies is goat milk. And that seems to be the most effective against issues like H. pylori and things like that. And also seems to cause less issues to the gut microbiome compared to the medium chain triglycerides coming from the, like coconut sources. So I never recommend medium chain triglycerides from coconut sources for people that are not Polynesian and don't have the adaptation. I usually recommend goat milk or goat yogurt in particular. Sorry, goat yogurt I meant to say, for those things. I don't know whether you could always, there are some powder sources. See if you can actually find a goat kefir where you are. So, see whether, because you're living in Bulgaria. Are you currently in Bulgaria at the moment, Anika? Or I know that they, in the mountain areas, they do make the goat yogurts, like they in the Greek mountains as well. So that would be a thing to look into, because if you can get some of that sort of stuff, that's really good. That would really help. Yep. Not a problem, Shelley. She's gone probably now. Galactose is a sugar from space. It's from the dairy god in space. Oops. Okay, no goat kefir in Bulgaria. Well, you could. Remember that lady that did that recipe that I actually pinned on my community page of. I think she's a bit of a funny person, but anyway, that she created cow kefir, but you could actually, if you can get goat milk, you can use the same approach to make your own goat kefir at home using that method, because that would be the best way to go. Yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah, I know in villages in Greece, yeah, but I don't know about supermarkets. I live in Australia at the moment, so I haven't been to Greece. The last time I did my high school there as a youngster, as a teenager between 12 and 18, 12 and a half or whatever, and 18, and sort of, so that was quite some time ago. Whenever in doubt, find a camel. Yeah, camel's pretty good. It does seem to, camel's milk does seem to have a lot of benefits, but I think HD, where she's in Bulgaria, it's going to be a very hard try to find camel over there. In Australia, you can in South Australia, the state of South Australia, but yeah, and you just have to basically order it as pet milk. So that's the only way of getting around that sort of restrictions, so to speak. Most animal foods are, unfortunately, Oh yeah, look, kale and spinach are very high in nitrates, very high. So, but spinach is lethal when it comes to oxalate. Yeah, it's crazy the sort of things that they'll promote one, and then they'll make a fuss about the processed meat having a bit of nitrate in it, and then some of these plants have got many times more. But no, it's not a problem here. Nothing to see. It's laughable. But the reality is that even the nitrate levels in kale or spinach or whatever, they aren't the problem. It's the oxalates and many other anti-nutrients. It's not the level of nitrates. So people just get way too wound up. Those experiments, yeah. I don't know why people still refer to those experiments where they do it over and over again. They refer to those old experiments with all this nonsense. Yeah, it's just incredible. Curious to see your future video on the textbooks you recommend for physiology and biochemistry. Yeah, eventually I'll do something covering some of the stuff. And once I've finished some of the stuff on my research-based stuff that I used for the taurine stuff, then I'll probably release that as well. I'll add it, where I use my drive letter and I add it, and so people can download it. I'll probably do it then. But don't want to give too much away at the moment until I've actually done a lot of those videos. You understand how it is. Still a competition out there on the YouTube, yeah. Uh, yeah, it sort of it hits people different ways, and some comes and goes. It can vary. Some people can take a bit of like an oxalate food to stop it if it's too excessive, which Barton I think recommends, and I sort of recommend as I mean, we're not going to become very ideological about it. We don't want people to harm themselves with severe oxalate dumping. So if it needs to stop it, stop it, and then go slow. It's just none of us have been on species appropriate diets, and we've done a lot of damage over many years. We don't want to add to that damage, but we want to, in a sensible way, get rid of this stuff, clear it out of the system. And even currently, I mean, there are a number of people out there, that talk about this, but we don't have really good protocols. We know that we can take citric acid that can help. We can improve some of the clearance out with malic acid through your gallbladder as well to improve that functioning. We can use a bit of dairy, the calcium, to sort of the binding effect. We can modulate by taking in some, oxalate type foods to sort of blunt the dumping to some extent. And that's how we need to play with it. In some regards, it's it would have been good if we were born in an early Inuit society or a Maasai society and didn't have these issues. But, we didn't. We grew up in a kibble society. It's just a reality. Um, it's not a healthy way because of the deuterium. You won't have longevity, basically, because high deuterium will damage your mitochondria and will slowly age your cells much faster. And glycation still will be a problem, but it will be slower compared to you won't get the chronic diseases like your heart disease, your strokes and stuff like that on a low fat diet, but you will get mitochondrial damage, and that mitochondrial damage will open you up for cancer and things like that. So you won't get the heart attack, the strokes and those sort of things, or the kidney, or some of the severe damage to your different organs to the same degree. But you will get a reduction in energy production capacity due to deuterium, and as a consequence, you will age faster and you will have more damage to your energy production capacity. And as a consequence, long term, you will end up potentially becoming more susceptible to even cancer. I find most of my clients that have cancer are not all of them are, very few I find that are, the majority tend to be ex-vegetarians, ex-vegans and people like that, not sad dieters. Most of my sad dieters are the ones that have got basically things like heart disease and strokes and things like that. So, yes. So I don't think that is the best way to go. We weren't designed for that. The N15 data is quite clear, Pavel. The N15 data of the long bones of our collagen, that means getting collagen from ancient people and looking at it, we see high N15 data, which means that comes from an animal source. And the high levels of delta 13 carbon, and delta 13 carbon signifies that it's coming from a ruminant animal. So an animal that eats C4 grass will have much higher delta 13 isotope of carbon. And so by seeing these two in humans, we knew that we were super carnivores and hyper carnivores at different times in our existence. That's a species-appropriate diet. The low carbohydrate pathway, which is much healthier. You can become skinny, but you can take cyanide to become skinny on not engaging the Randall cycle, either from a low carb diet or a low fat diet. But one's going to be healthier long term, another's going to be more deleterious. I'll leave that up to you. I think I know which way I'd go. It'd be the low carb animal based diet. What was that? Prefer to do under the pillow. What? Taurine and the anti-ADHD effects have not worked. Okay. Usually, look, GABA A, through there, but there can be other factors that can actually drive certain disturbances, which manifest in sort of an ADHD sort of effects, but you may have to work out what those other drivers are. Yes, it'd be great. That's the nice thing. That's what I enjoyed. I could actually get fresh stuff because I was actually herding goats as a youngster in the summertime up in the village. So not every summer, but I used to go up there, and then I'd get out of the duties by going down to the other village so I could actually go hunting with my cousins and do other things rather than herding goats. I used to dump my younger sister there with my auntie and go. She used to get annoyed. I had to leave sometimes very early at night, or early in the morning, or in the evening, before the evening sort of thing, to get to the other village, and avoid my sister knowing that I'm going. So yes, that's how I dumped her that time. She still hasn't forgiven me, and many other things. Anyway, look, we get on very well. My younger sister and myself have been very close for a very long time. So, but I pick on her and she picks on me. So that's not going to change. Yeah, I'd love to get my hands on camel milk. Yes, bit hard. The average conversion ratio of tryptophan to niacin was approximately 72:1. Can we push that higher by supplementing B6? It seems to have a bit of an effect through the, seems to, so we can recycle some. Yeah. I think it can actually have an effect. It's not very clear. I think it can slightly and all that. But then again, they're going to be very... Okay, what are the variations? There's a rate limiting effect of the enzymes. Okay, that's the sort of like the optimal. But you can actually have less energy because of less mitochondrial density. What else can impede it? Something else. It's not coming to me. something with the salvage pathway. Something that I think interferes with the Sirtuins through the salvage pathway. It's not coming to me at the moment, so I can't remember it. Yeah, so yeah, B6 seems to help in, but there's something else. I'm just trying to remember. It'll probably come to me, at some stage. So wait and see. I may come back to it. M's and M's and M's. As soon as try going. I'm repeating myself. Okay, so people need to amuse themselves. Why not? Great content as always, Harry. Thank you. Not a problem, mate. Always a pleasure to have you here. Mick, good to have you here, mate. Nutrition with Judy did a YouTube with Dr. Jessica Petroson on parasites, heavy metals, and mold. I haven't seen it. I've done actually a number of videos covering parasites and stuff like that. Heavy metals and stuff like that is not really an issue. If your liver's working properly, I'll give you an example, manganese. If you're a vagoon and you're on you're taking a lot of manganese in, if you actually have a good functioning gallbladder, you will excrete through the bile up to the 90+% of manganese. If you've got a good functioning gallbladder, that means you're getting enough taurine, eating enough meat to get enough taurine. So you've got a good functioning gallbladder. So you maintain good emulsification, good functioning. Then yes, it will work properly, and then you can excrete in all these heavy metals. The other thing is you get enough taurine, you can modulate ions and excrete them through the kidneys and the feces. And also, taurine actually plays a regulatory role in the metalloproteins in the gut, which can regulate the uptake and not uptake if not required. So when you're on a species appropriate diet, this isn't a problem. Now, when it comes to mold as well, taurine can also, and choline can help methylate that away as well. Parasites, also taurine plays a big role there, and modulating certain parts of the gut microbiome to reduce that as well. So, and I've done a couple of videos covering a number of those things. So I think do check out my videos on parasites and stuff like that. Do a Harry Serpanos parasites, and you'll find a lot of videos, and I do cover a lot of that sort of stuff and some of the methods without going into a long 30-minute explanation. Just sort of talks about killing the stuff, binding, sweating and out, and bloody blah. That all much to do about nothing. Does carnivore fix all this? Yes, it does to a large extent. It does, but there are some little, let's say, biohacks that are involved in it. Check out those videos of mine, and you'll get the information. That's why I do these videos. I usually used to do 30-minute. You guys know I used to run so far behind on my questions because I used to do these long 30-minute explanations on these sort of issues, Mike. That's why I create videos. When I create videos, I don't have to do them anymore. I just refer to them. G'day, Elizabeth. Good to see you here. How's your studies going in biochemistry since last time we spoke? Hope your things are going fine and you're still having amusing fun with those crackpots that you're dealing with. You're welcome. Do give it a look. Harry's dedication is a real 4.5 hours already. Is it? I don't pay much attention. When it's only when I've got somewhere to go that I usually say, oh shit, I have to go. And I just go, you know me. And then I'll come back, and if I've got nothing to do other than sleep, it's 10:30. I'll probably take it until 11:30 for 5 hours, and then eventually I'll have to pull the plug because I do have to work tomorrow. And I better finish this off as well, because We don't want to be drinking stuff too much, things close to us, and disturb my sleep as well. Why vitamin D supplementation contains vegetable oil? Is it good? Not a good thing. You should, Elizabeth, I've always said get the one with the coconut oil in it. Remember the coconut oil one? Lukey's not here, so I will have to search for it. Yes. And this is the one with the coconut oil in it. There it is, vitamin D with coconut. Loki was on the ball. Yes, click either one. Thanks, Loki. Yes. Wait, Luke appears. There you go. You got a double message. Also, the Discord attachment. Something to amuse myself with. Oops. I'll temporarily save it there. And I better show it. Oops. Everything I don't like is a fad diet. Carb Tart's Guide to Dietary Debate. Nice one, Lukey. Very nice. Very nice. Cheers, mate. Yes, very funny. Anyway, stop the sharing. Yes, that's my other screen, looking at your comments so I can keep track of things, especially when I fall behind. So, long weekend of beautiful things. Yes, yes. All questions, as far as I know. Liver is an organ that can regenerate. Yes. Can high meat fat consumption repair your kidneys? Of course, you said it makes the kidneys larger. Yes. And taurine plays a very important role for the nephrons to reduce their glycation. Advanced glycation end products actually does a lot, which basically advanced glycation end products, what is it? It's basically glycation of proteins and fats by sugar. That's what it is, advanced glycation end products. So if you overcook basically meat, they say, oh, it generates advanced glycation end products. That means the glycerol backbone, the glycerol, that is getting glycated. There is so little in comparison to other foods. The glycating effect on animal when you burn it, overcook it, that is minuscule compared to a food that is made largely of sugar, like when you burn a toasted bread or whatever. That's going to have far more advanced glycation end products and all that. And even that, the body can deal with. That's not the deleterious part. It's when you get to excessive levels of glycation inside the bloodstream, which you can't clear because you're engaging the Randall cycle, and you end up with too much circulating sugar, blood sugar, elevated excessively, constantly every 2 hours when you're shoving things down your throat. That's going to basically, that blood is going to be filtered through the nephrons of your kidneys and will continually cause more glycation, more oxidation, and more damage to those sensitive proteins. So that's the problem. So yes, eating more animal foods, like my father had some atrophy and some lesions on his kidneys. All that's pretty much reversed, and he's eating more meat and consuming more taurine and leucine. So yeah, whatever they say, do the opposite, and you'll get better results. Until, wait for it, Sebastian, is it okay to take a big amount of taurine before sleep? Don't do it before sleep. Do it 3 hours before sleep. You need it to sort of dissipate throughout your whole system and get through the blood-brain barrier and all that. So a few hours before. 2 hours at a minimum. For bodybuilding, 1.5 hours prior. For sleep and stuff like that, at least 3 hours, you get a better result in terms of normalizing cortisol, magnifying melatonin effect. Then you're going to get drowsier quicker. If you take it right before sleep, it's still not going to have the effect until later on, and it may end up a couple of hours ahead. So you want to take it a couple of hours prior to bed is when you want to take it, not just before bed. And Luke appears exactly. And then we put the same stuff up. Oops. Discord stuff. About niacin, you recommend it most not to be a supplement. It is a different formula. Look, the biggest problem with supplement makers when it comes to niacin is a lot of it's not well formulated, not well put together. I get one that from my cardiovascular days that I was getting, and that was a TGA approved. This is an Australian TGA approved, niacin. I've shown it before on, you must have seen it before. I've shown it plenty of times in my live streams. And that is a TGA, like the FDA in Australia, in America, the TGA basically approved. That means it has to be guaranteed to be exactly what it says, where most supplements don't have to be. They're not regulated in the same way. You've got to go on the quality of the actual company and the efficacy of the third-party testing, where for most other things, very little supplemental niacin is actually tested. This one, because it's produced in Australia for therapeutic purposes, it's a pharmacy grade for pharmacy dispensing. It's specific. It says 200 milligrams. It is 250. It is exactly that, and no more, no less, and exactly to those high standards as making drugs. So yeah, so that's the sort of stuff. And I don't know about, because you're in Mexico, whether you can get access to it or whatever, or what you can actually get. But as I said, pork is one of the best sources of niacin and thiamine. So eat more piggy, Elizabeth, and your body will love you for it. I would say fasting is probably the best way of basically forcing your body into a fat, into such a way, or to going very high fat, and doing the sort of like the therapeutic ketogenic diet, forcing yourself in a very deep ketosis type thing and maintaining that for some months, and with a bit of fasting and all that, to increase your fat adaptation, but also to force your body. Also, don't consume too much water and stuff like that. You want more low deuterium sources for energy and water in your mitochondria. And as a consequence of that, what we'll do is you'll improve your utilization of fat for the production of water and energy. And as a consequence, you will end up with better functioning mitochondria and better adaptation. And then you can actually go higher on the other stuff. But if you've got very poor, you put more protein in it, it may actually use it as a source of sugar, So we want to try and force the body to switch to a fat adaptation and then bring in the protein later on. So yes, it may be. Again, that is based on opinions of people in the low carb community that I'm going on. Whether it exactly works like that, it's not very clear because we've got no experimental proof. That's a speculation on us, and we say that it seems anecdotally when people push their fat adaptation by pushing up the ketogenic sort of state to a much higher level, that it seems that they better adapt over time to a low carbohydrate state, and then it doesn't really matter if they're increasing the protein or that their insulin to glucagon is normalized to these lower levels, and they don't seem to have these problems, and then higher protein isn't an issue anymore. So, and there's probably some truth in that, but we don't have any experimental truth. It's more from anecdotes that we've ascertained that. And it can take 6 to 12 months for good fat adaptation. So that means you would be eating about 20% protein and 20 to 25% protein. I usually eat between 30 and 40% protein, but you would be eating about 20 to 25% and then more fat in order to become more fat adapted. And you'd have to be very strict for 6 to 12 months to become really fat adapted. And that's what I did for quite a few months, really strict. And I used to check my ketones and measure everything that I ate to make sure that I kept those macros and everything. So, yeah, believe me, I did all that in my fat adaptation days. You're welcome, Sebastian. Yep. Anyway, is it true that taking amino acids, branched chain amino acids, leucine, isoleucine, valine, they what? Okay. You've actually got a question for. You actually got rid of that. Okay. It doesn't happen on this side. Is it true that solution in order to improve hypertrophy will have any effect because they are not complete amino acid profile and turns just into sugar? Nah, that's nonsense. I don't use the other ones. I just use leucine. If I'm going to use any supplement, I just use pure leucine, and I use it together with taurine as a combo. But it's usually the taurine and the taurine, L-citrulline stuff and creatine are used before that sort of exercising stuff. So, so creatine and things like L-citrulline half an hour before, taurine an hour to 90 minutes around there before. And then after the exercise, that's when I'll use the leucine with a lot of meat and eggs. So that's how to do it. and this sugar thing and all that. That doesn't happen. You've seen my video, Elizabeth. Why are you asking these questions again? I've done a video on this about how meat doesn't turn into sugar. I mean, they did on the rat study as well. That's the other one about the kidneys, and 70%. The rats had bigger kidneys, much healthier, bigger, had no problems. Protein isn't a problem for any of this sort of stuff. Doesn't turn into sugar. It just slows down in the digestion. So if you eat more protein, it just stays in the stomach rather than 2 hours for 4 or 6 hours, and then it digests over, anywhere between 4 to 8 hours. It blunts hunger because it's digesting so much, and it slowly absorbs into the amino pool and it gets utilized in the body. Sugar is demand driven. It does not turn into sugar. Can people remember that? It is demand driven. The only time when you throw sugar in with the protein, you up your insulin, you block out hormone-sensitive lipase. That means the ability to access fat from your adipose, from your body. That's when you run out of energy, and then the body may be forced to use some of that protein to make sugar because it's got no other energy source because you've raised insulin by throwing in carbs. That's where the problem lies. If you don't do those inappropriate things, then you're not going to have a problem. This is what modern bodybuilders and other lunatics that follow the Ray Peat nonsense do. So, no, protein does not increase sugar. It's demand driven in a low carbohydrate state. It just slows down the uptake. You still take it, but it's over more hours, the more protein you consume. It's all that happens, nothing else. Anyway, I think I may have missed. Did I miss anyone? Looks like he's saying, is there anything one can eat to take or take a supplement to prepare for spending long periods in the sun? Niacin and also, I did an experiment ages ago where I just sat in the sun for well over 5 hours, didn't get burnt, and I basically used the cod liver oil from Rosita, the one that the Norwegian one, which is done in the traditional way, so it doesn't have the level of oxidation that all the other ones have. I used the retinol in that, and I also used, so that was taking about, I think it was about 4,500 IUs of retinol, or 5,000, somewhere around that line. And I also took niacin as well and did not get burnt. So yes. So that was the because that's the other thing is if you go in the sun for too long, you can actually deplete niacin, and that can actually create some issues as well, like skin issues and stuff like that, because UV can actually go through a bit of niacin. Again, another reason to eat piggy. Okay, we've covered all that. Micro silver. I've actually got colloidal silver in my fridge. Do you realize that? I used it once. That was about it. That was an experiment. I haven't used it for ages. But I'm thinking of I'm looking at using it without throwing it out, using it as a mouthwash type thing than anything else. I know my brother he actually combines zinc. It's a zinc sort of thing to put in his sort of like mouthwash type thing or whatever. Yeah. He swears by it in terms of, I haven't had COVID yet. Everybody else has in the family. Anyway, that's his argument. Seems to be working. It's not going to harm you. Let's put it that way. It does have antimicrobial My biggest concern is prolonged use of these things, and especially the colloidal silver and stuff like that. What effects is it having on the microbiome? That means from the oral right through. That's where I've got a big question mark on that. Short-term use, when you've got some pathogens around, yeah, possibly useful. Long-term use on the microbiome, we've got no research, so I don't know. And when we don't have any research, I go, did my ancestors ever use that sort of stuff on a regular basis? No. That doesn't mean we don't use it, because, we still biohack nowadays because we haven't been on a species appropriate diet. We've caused excess damage. So we're even consuming more taurine that we would have in a traditional setting because we wouldn't have the same level of damage. So can we use this on intermittent, like now and then? Possibly, and it could have benefits in terms of the oral microbiome, it seems. So, but I've still got question marks all over it. I wish I had really good, solid research on it, but I don't, because there's none out there that I've been able to find. Yep. You're welcome, mate. My skin used to do that as well in the early stages of a low-carb diet. I put it down to stored PUFA from oxidized seed oils that I consumed in the past that were incorporated, and you had like a 7-year turnover. But now it's been 12 years since those days, and I think that I've actually got rid of most of that, and now I don't have that sort of effect. So I think it's that turnover that is going to make the difference. Taurine seems to help with eye floaters, especially if it depends. Sometimes it's due to glycation, and sometimes it's due to parasites and stuff like that, but it seems to help. We've had people that have tried it and said it worked. So, but they were taking high doses. I think one guy was taking over my recommended 10 grams. I have to be careful what I say here on the YouTubia. But that person was taking 15 and seemed to resolve it better than at 10 that I was recommending. And due to research, I can't recommend any higher. You understand, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, because the YouTubia could say you're recommending beyond anything you've got proof for. You're a bad boy. So yes, but I can say rat studies have been as high as the equivalent of 30 grams for a person. No, it wasn't 30. It was 28 or 29. Well, nearly 30 for a person equivalent to 70 kilos or 154 pounds. So interesting. But that was for a short period of time, like the equivalent of a couple of, like 6 or somewhat months for a human. Beyond that, we've got no research, but it seemed to resolve the issues within that period. So do you need to remain? Probably not. You can come back to more normal baselines. But as I said, lithium can be a problem because it can bioaccumulate. So if you're on lithium, you got to be very careful with taurine. You got to slowly bring it up and reduce the lithium. Lithium works the same way. See, the problem is lithium and taurine work on the same pathways. So if you eliminate lithium and a whole lot of these other things, you can actually regulate many of these areas that these drugs that are used for neurological or bipolar, blah, 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 or whatever. And taurine does a better job. It's the reason why Amber O'Hearn, she has more rawish meat, which tends to have more taurine in it, and she resolved her bipolar. So the magic stuff was in the meat that was less cooked and had more taurine. So yes, it does eliminate if it's floaters from glycating products. It will reduce if it's parasites. It will also deal with that to some extent. It can vary. Most people, it was due to primarily issues of glycation. Parasites, I've known some people with the general parasites have had improvements, but whether it's whether the floaters are due to parasites, I haven't had anybody try that protocol yet. But if that's what is driving your floaters, yeah, I'd be interested to find out your results after 6 months. Give that a try as well. Yep. Give both a try. At the end of the day, we just want to resolve things. Oh, why do some people seem to adapt much easier and others, if it was the species appropriate? Look, we can only go, Elizabeth, on the N15 data. The N15 data is quite clear that we were super and hyper carnivore for the majority of our existence. Now, why can't modern humans adapt properly? Maybe it requires more time. Maybe there are other factors. I've talked about these things like mold and many other things that can be in the environment that weren't in a natural environment. And maybe with higher insulin, it masks some of these things. But when you basically like when you're on a standard diet, everybody feels shit. But that's normal for most people. When you get on a carnivore diet, you usually get a lot of results. You feel much better. You go back to sugar, you feel like crap. You notice it. You notice a difference then. After you've been on carnivore, you notice a difference. So when you're doing discretions, you'll pay for it because your gut microbiome has shifted, many things have shifted, and you just can't deal with it. Simple as that. It's like vegans that have been on plant-based for far too long. Then things don't work as well. They have much difficulty adapting. Their gallbladder stuffed, so they've got malabsorption issues and a whole lot of other things. So sometimes that takes time to resolve. It doesn't happen overnight. Things need to be fixed. Just because you're on a carnivore diet for a couple of months or a year or whatever, you may still have things that haven't been healed properly, haven't resolved. You may have mitochondrial insufficiency. There could be a lot of factors at play why some people adapt quicker and others adapt much slower. Remember, I've been doing low carb to a large extent over the last nearly 10, close to 11 years now. So I've been doing it for a very long time. And so for me to transition from a low carbohydrate to a carnivore diet was much easier, even with cheating here and there. It didn't actually affect me as much because I'd healed quite a bit in those earlier days. Because the problem is a lot of people come to the carnivore diet and they've still got a number of underlying issues. The carnivore diet isn't going to fix your problems immediately. It takes time to heal. What it does is it takes away the damaging effects of sugar and fructose and stuff like, all these sort of things. But you still need time to fix your body. It takes about a decade to turn over cellular, 7 years to turn over cellular stuff. Even, Kelly Hogan and many of these people that now you see them the way they look, when you look back at their pictures and all that, it took them a number of years to get where they are. So it didn't happen automatically. You have to turn over. I don't know how much PUFA, oxidized PUFA you've got in your body, how much damage you've got. You've got to be patient with these sort of things. And you've got to be consistent if you want to basically resolve these things. So just because you've got we've genetically got an ability to adapt to certain things, it doesn't mean that adaptation to something means that everything gets resolved. If you've still got damage, your body's not going to be functioning properly because of the damage, and that takes time to heal. All you're doing is, by going carnivore, you're no longer accumulating new damage, but you've still got old damage that is still being resolved. And then there are adaptation phases, for fat adaptation and a lot of other things. There are also triggers, psychological, environmental triggers, also a state of mind that you are. All these sort of things affect. So yes, yeah, happy birthday with your meat cake as well, NTL. I should have said that earlier. Thanks, Elizabeth. Does excess deuterium engage the Randall cycle? Because it makes less effective mitochondrial response. Yes. Yep, I've sort of talked about that before. You probably heard, or maybe you picked up on it subconsciously. Yep, your level. So let's say your mitochondria have been damaged and you've got 50% less capacity to undertake oxidative phosphorylation. So in your mitochondria, you'll actually see all these little folds that are like that around the mitochondria. In those folds, which is like those little folds, which are like semicircular sort of folds like that. In those folds, on both sides, there are electron chains, complex 1 to complex 5. Now, in that inner part, the inner mitochondrial membrane, as it's called, you'll get a gradient, a proton gradient. So those pumps will pump through. They'll strip off from that metabolic water. They'll strip off that the electrons. They'll charge the electron chain. Those pumps then will be able to work those complexes to pull in, and there's a whole lot of enzymes that go through to transfer the electrons across the this membrane where the complexes are tied into, and they will move the electrons through that. They will power up the complexes. They will push the protons through. The proton gradients will build up, and that proton gradients then will be forced through the complex 5s. So you've got the fold complexes, and it'll actually process through the ATP synthase. Now, let's say half of those in those little circular, semicircular things of the folds around have been damaged. That means your energy efficiency capacity of that mitochondria is 50% compared to before. Well, if it's reduced by 50%, the same amount, if we've got, let's say, 2 twin humans, one twin has 50% less capacity than the other. It's got more mitochondrial damage. Let's say they were eating shitloads of seed oils and they damaged a lot of they ended up putting so much deuterium in their system, like 255 parts per million, where the worst sugar is 160. Seed oils are the worst in terms of 255 parts per million because they go through a factory so they get deuterium added to them. It's just the industrial process literally adds extra neutrons and turns these hydrogen ions into heavy ions of deuterium. And so now you've got more of these going through the Krebs cycle. You cannot as you're dehydrogenating and you're swapping in and out the ions, you don't have enough enzymatic capacity to clear all that stuff out. So that comes through into that water production, and you end up with a certain amount. And when that gets pumped through the pumps, through the complexes, it gets into that gradient, that inner mitochondrial membrane, the gradient builds up, then it pushes through the ATP synthase. You get more of these things that do the damaging effect of the more neutrons. That would have happened in the past. So one was ending up with half was on seed oils, the other one wasn't eating seed oils, as the twins. Now, you give that person the same amount of sugar, the same amount of fat. One will engage the Randall cycle at a much higher gradient, because even though they are taking the same amount of energy in the cell, their ability to utilize that energy is half what the other person is. So that means it'll take longer to reduce the energy substrates in the cell, which means it will double the time of the blockade of the cell, not allowing fats and sugar to come inside the cell, because you definitely don't want more sugar, because it can be so glycating and damaging and cause too much oxidation. So to protect itself, it keeps both out. It just locks the whole thing. Says enough energy in here, we're not allowing anybody in. You end up with more fat and sugar, and that being glycated as well, circulating through the bloodstream. That's activation of the Randall cycle. Now, the gradient of that, how severely and when that gets disengaged, that's going to be higher on the person with lower mitochondrial density due to deuterium damage of the past. So it's not the stuff you're having at that moment, it's the damaging effect, how much mitochondrial efficiency you have left. So that's why you remember what Lilith said. Lilith said earlier that she was getting more energy now. She's been doing low deuterium water to deplete deuterium in her body, to lower it in order to improve oxidative phosphorylation. That means improve mitochondrial repair. That's what I've got on a protocol. And she's healing slowly but surely. It takes time for the turnover, and the biogenesis of new mitochondrial, healthier mitochondria, and all that blah blah blah. So that's what she's actually working on. So really, the level of Randall cycle activation will vary between people, even twins, depending on how much their mitochondria are damaged. Yes. So the Randall cycle is not independent of mitochondrial efficiency. It is tied to it in that regard. So that's why we say, you got somebody that's young, that doesn't have a lot of mitochondrial damage, they can tolerate more sugar, because they've got the ability to utilize that energy way more efficiently. Somebody who's older, who's sustained far more mitochondrial damage, well, they struggle to lose weight. They struggle to basically, utilize energy and stuff like that. And why? Because they've got more damage. All these sort of things. And also struggle to repair and all sorts of things when they get hurt or injured or whatever. And when those cells are more damaged and those mitochondria are more damaged, what do we call them? Senescent cells. That's what we call them. And that's what we're trying to do, using senolytics to get rid of those old cells, using taurine to heal a lot of the senescence in the body or eliminate it. That's what we're doing. We're trying to use these methods. These are biohacks that we're doing. We're using them outside physiological ranges that would have used them in the past. Because in the past, we only needed a small amount to cause APOP to clear out some of these things. Now we've got too many of these things. That's why in the past we used to have a long, healthy lifespan, and then we just drop dead because we couldn't do any more cell division. Now we're declining like that because we're doing mitochondrial damage due to high deuterium intakes, which is sugar and seed oils, especially seed oils, which now constitutes about 40% of the intake of somebody on a standard SAD diet. That is, they're getting double the deuterium if they're on a pure, vegan diet. That's why the SAD diet is even worse than the vegan diet. The only difference between the SAD diet and the vegan diet is that the vegan diet also causes a lot of what we call deficiencies. The traditional vegan diet, not the current one, which is a SAD vegan diet, which is all these processed meats and which full of seed oils like Beyond Burgers and whatever else, Beyond shit, as I call it, or crap. So all these sort of things. I hope that's clear to everyone. Parasites within the eyes, floaters on it. You got too much time to actually think about these things, don't you? Far too much time. You. And yes. Yeah. Yes. The one that which is that, the B complex that I talk about, that one, I believe, that one does have the, the sort of the active form. But look, our bodies even can utilize some of the others, just slightly less efficient. Let's not get too wound up. You still have to have the affordability factor. I'm more concerned about the folic acid, methylfolate better, and methylcobalamin better, not the cyano or that. That's where I'm more concerned rather than the B. Yes, obviously the active form is better in terms of utilization compared, but it's not a deal breaker for me in a sense. Unless you've got an MTHFR issue, but then you should be eating more meat that's got B6 anyway to deal with the primary pathway of the MTHFR, or eat more meat, get more riboflavin, it corrects it anyway, or consume more choline for the secondary pathway, the choline betaine pathway. So, yeah, eat animal foods and you're fine. Let's not get too wound up about specific types of supplemental stuff. Last question. Sometime when I stand up or I try to do fast moving I feel dizzy and with blurred vision. Is that normal? Okay, you do. I used to get that when I was on a SAD diet, Elizabeth, and I don't know what was causing. An electrolyte issue can be an issue, sometimes cause this sort of stuff. There's a couple of other conditions that can cause, but on a carnivore diet, if you're well adapted and all that, it shouldn't really happen. It's not quite normal, and to get blurred vision or all that. Are you doing a strict carnivore diet at the moment or not? Are you or are you not? Because I don't know what you're doing at the moment. Yeah. So, my youngest sister used to be on a vegetarian diet, and she used to have very low blood pressure and she used to pass out. She passed out in the supermarket a couple of times because she used to be a supermarket manager, so yeah. So are you taking anything to lower your blood pressure, or what are you doing? because usually if you're taking taurine, that normalizes. Low blood pressure comes back to normal. High blood pressure comes to normal because it actually regulates all the ions and should bring that, unless there's some other underlying issue, Elizabeth, because that's just not normally what should happen. Let's put it that way. High blood pressure can also cause some dizziness, not only low blood pressure, so it can be both. But low blood pressure tends to be the big one, and especially women are more prone to that, where men are more prone to the high blood pressure side of things. But yes, you need to look into it and find out. At the moment, I'm not taking any emails, but leave a comment and just write down exactly what you're doing or stuff like that. Food-wise, wonderful. The B50. I'm not with you. Is that a brand that you're using? I need more information, Llama. I need more information. You got me. Okay. You're pulling my chain. I'm not sure. Anyway, well, let's move on. You're confusing me, mate. Dave the man. How are you, mate? How are you? What are the best ways to reduce insulin resistance? Addition to eating OMAD, 2 MAD, carnivore, would taurine supplementation help? Yes, it would. But also I would try and actually lower the protein content at this stage, up the fat stage, try and actually get into a more fat adapted state, and that should help to bring down some fasting. And if you can push up your ketone levels, then you can fast. You can, within 3 days, you should normalize your insulin resistance, should come down. And that's really important. Then you can actually go back to OMAD or 2 meals a day or stuff like that. Yeah, taurine has the ability of actually clearing excess sugar out of the bloodstream, and also reducing lactate as well. So, which is important, just forces it through the actual Krebs cycle, is what it does. G'day, Lamps. Yes, well stated. My younger sister's problem. I'd suspect anemia can be an issue as well. Taurine can also correct that. It actually does correct anemia. Remember the study that they did in Palestine, in the Gaza Strip? They were using taurine supplementation to correct anemia by improving iron homeostasis, and also had that can also thing. But I think she's actually taking taurine, so I don't think that should be technically a problem. So the gym can be one of the responses why some people take time to adapt to a carnivore diet, but they feel better. Yes, it is one of the reasons. If you can't produce enough energy to basically heal or do things or function properly, you're not going to feel 100% just because you're on a carnivore diet. All you're doing is you've stopped damaging your body any further, but it takes time to heal. Just species appropriate diet, but there's still a rate limiting amount. There's only a certain amount of repair you can do within a finite time. So if you've got this level of damage, you may repair in 5 years. If you've got this amount, it may take a decade. Not everybody's going to repair at the same rate. It's the nutrients, how much additional damage they're still doing, all these factors. So it does take time. None of us came in clean. Some are even more damaged, but they are starting to reverse and actually seeing improvements. Sometimes when people are really damaged, that's when they notice when they're doing taurine, low deuterium, stuff like that, like Lilith, she's noticing improvement in the efficiency of her mitochondria and improving in her health status, reversing that. People that are not as far gone, they've got some damage or whatever, and then they've got basically all this sort of, you know, things are not like 100%. They expect, your expectation is, oh, because you hear other people go on a carnival diet, they feel great. Well, we're not all as damaged to the same degree. Everyone, other people are more, other people are less. And there's a whole lot of reasons. You may have low detoxification pathways. That's your genetics. That means your capacity to heal is much slower. I, on the other hand, have got really good genetics. I've got longevity genes for detoxification. So when I get rid of the crap, I heal much faster. That's why I've got those longevity genes. That's why I've got a great-grandfather that lived 107. So there are so many variations in that regard. How quick you're going to heal, how much damage you already had before coming into the carnivore diet. So many factors. But compared to a standard diet that will still continue damaging you, what the carnivore diet is, what a low-carb diet in general does, is slow that down to very little. Then it's a matter of being patient and keeping it clean to heal over time. So really, yeah, it can be many things. That's true as well. That's true as well. Okay. Tired sinus. I've never heard of that one. So interesting, Scotty. But you had sinus issues and stuff like that. I don't think Elizabeth has got those sort of sinus issues. So it'd be interesting if she has had those sort of issues. Yeah, most people, that's what it is, electrolyte issues, which I said earlier. And taurine seems to normalize that. My sister, she used to pass out. I'm not kidding you. She didn't have low blood pressure. She passed out multiple times. You know, once she got and started eating more meat, she eats a lot of meat now and takes taurine as well, supplementation. She's never had any incident. You know, all this has been sorted for her. But she's been doing it for a number of years now, since, she's been, what is it now? I think she's on her 6th year doing low carb. Not a problem. I'm about to look. It's nearly 11:30. I'm about to pull the pin as well, mate, because I have to get to bed. I've got work tomorrow, so I can't stay here forever. Yeah, that's right. Tired sinus. It was from working in air conditioned environments since I'm in IT. Couldn't sleep. Windows. Okay. So it was some sort of like pathogen, an environmental thing. As I said earlier, you can be mold. There can be a number of things that can affect your yeah. That's the other environmental stuff. You're really to determine stuff. Yeah. What Scotty said there, Elizabeth, is the other thing, those environmental factors. And I've talked about those many times over and over again, how they can be other things, not just the diet, not just the pre-existing damage. There can be other factors as well that maybe need to be addressed. So you check your blood pressure, it's all fine. Well, maybe something like Scotty says, what's your work environment like, or your home environment? Could something there be affecting you in some deleterious way? And you may have to address it in one way or another. Sit out in the sun. You get 30% extra energy. It's all via complex 4, cytochrome C. Stuff that Jack Kruse talks about. Oh yeah, CoQ10 is primarily for those enzymes involved in passing the electrons between complex 1 and complex 3. I thought you llamas liked the sun. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, high blood pressure meds. Yeah, once you lower your insulin, you lower and also and if you're eating a lot of meat, especially carnivore, you'll up your taurine level, which is trying to normalize and actually ends up overcorrecting and going way too low. That's the reason why I put that made that video, Lamb, and that's a good point. That video about the side effects between taurine, which basically, if you're eating meat, you're getting more taurine compared to the standard diet. That means it's going to have an effect, a profound effect of interaction with blood pressure meds, which people need to be careful, mindful. And not only that, but also neurological stuff like lithium, people taking lithium for, bipolar or whatever, all these sort of issues. That's the other issue as well. Very careful. It's the reason why we need to sometimes people that have got those conditions sort of transition and get off the meds. I think that's one that Amber Ahern did. When she shifted over to carnivore, she just got rid of her meds, and she didn't have a lot of these side effects. Some people are too scared to get off the meds, and I find them that they come back to me and they say, "Oh, I'm really having these strange things," and I go, "Are you still on meds?" And they go, "Yes." And I go, "Well, you need to bring them down because you're causing problems. You're causing retention of these things due to the taurine in the meat." And some of these people are not even supplementing taurine, let alone, luckily, So yeah, it's a lot of people don't realize that, when you're doing on a standard diet, you can take all this crap because you're already deranged, and it sort of balances you out a bit. Doesn't really fix the problem. It sort of just balances you out a bit. That's what they try. That's what allopathic physicians do. It's basically give you a bit of this drug, a bit of that. Let's adjust this, that. Try and keep you sort of, not falling apart. But it doesn't fix the problem. And what Lamp's saying is correct. When you move away from a standard crap diet and the standard medical system, you really need to assess what you're actually putting in your body from then on. And it can be risky if you're still taking certain things. Not a problem, Dave. Would taurine help with preventing gout? It does. It does lower the glycation factors in there. The key thing is it takes a while to deal with these sort of gouts, but over time, as you become fat adapted, as your body normalizes and your kidneys start functioning better, your liver starts functioning better, then what happens is slowly the uric acid the cycle normalizes, and then all these problems go away. And gout can be also an issue with oxalate as well. That's the other little nasty thing that sometimes it can come back with a vengeance due to, and it can affect certain people, especially people like yourself that have got, genetic predisposition. You can get accumulation of these nasty little things called oxalates as you're dumping into the peripheral areas, especially in the toes and stuff like that. I've known people basically having little like glass little things popping out of the side of their large toe, and that's oxalate crystals. So yeah, you got to be very careful. If you're coming into a carnivore diet, transition slowly into it. Up your taurine, up your citric acid, and transition slowly into it. It's not a race who gets to become the 100% carnivore type thing. I just want to make sure you don't end up with a lot of oxalate dumping and stuff like that, and a lot of pain and discomfort. So keep that in mind. Dr. Kim Berry said in one of his iodine deficiency courses, giddiness. Depends. It depends. Depends. There's other factors as well. Yes, iodine deficiency. Yeah, but it's not only. Usually, people have a number of other things. It's associated. It's not causal directly, but it's associated. It may be causal, but we haven't proven it. I've sort of seen some literature, and it's associated. It's not causal. There's not like a direct mechanistic study out there that I've come across, unless you know of one, but I don't. If Harry goes to sleep, I'll go for a walk and listen to about to. I just want to get to the end. 60-hour marathon stream one day with 0 breaks. Yes, I'm crazy. Is that what you're saying? Yes, it can be. Iodine protocol can be very with people with autoimmune, as you know. So we stuck to basically sorting out things by getting the species appropriate diet and vitamin D status improved, and that fixed Lukey's issue, which was autoimmune based Hashimoto's thyroiditis. Let a be petition for Harry's steel bladder. And I even drink stuff, and yeah, it's just, so g'day, Pat. I'll tell you the difference. What has actually made the difference is not consuming a lot of water. It's really made a difference, and being so fat adapted that I just get most of my hydration from fat. I don't get it from drinking water. What am I having? I have low deuterium water. I have about 2 coffees a day, and then I may have one of these. So it's probably about all up, 3 glasses approximately. So I don't get massive amounts, and that's why I don't pee. And my pee is still, sometimes it's not, you don't see, it's not concentrated, and I get concerned. And I mean, you guys would think, oh, that's great. No, I actually get concerned, because if you look at an animal peeing, like a goat, and I've actually herded goats, it's quite yellow. We're not supposed to pee white. It's supposed to be concentrated stuff that's coming out. When you're peeing, it means you're drinking too much water when it's too white or too, light or discolored or whatever. So maybe even 3 glasses is probably too much, or 3 or 4 that I get in a day if I have more coffee. So that's the difference. And I've noticed what happens is you upregulate your antidiuretic hormones and you don't pee as much. So that is the difference between. So if you're on a carnivore diet and you're drinking a lot of water, you will pee. But you'll have electrolyte issues, and you'll have these imbalances, and you may have, dizziness or whatever, a lot of these sort of things. But I don't have any of this sort of stuff. And it's really because I keep the hydration from water sources, including things like this. I'll probably have one of these a day. That's it. And it's usually in the evening. It's sort of like to avoid, because in the old days I'd have a cider or something like that to avoid that sort of stuff. So yeah, you're welcome. So I have no idea. Who depends. Urine outputs will drop on a dry fast. Yes, it will. To very little. It's like a trickle. I sometimes just once a day when I'm on a dry fast. Sometimes it can be like 2 little trickles on a dry fast day when I do it. So it depends. But it's really the more water you put in. And I notice even my levels of sodium requirements have come down slightly, because I'm recovering, recycling. I'm excreting less, so I need less as well. I notice that as well. And you see it with tribal people. They get it from the blood. They get it from this. They're not getting excessive. I mean, even though we can cope, Europeans have adapted to very high salt. And then the reason for that is, and I do dump, especially when I drink water. So I know that I have to be careful, especially in the tropics and all that. So these are all things that I've sort of learned from anecdotally from my own experiences and stuff like that. But also from Laszlo Boris, the guy that actually promotes a lot of the research of deuterium depletion and stuff like that. And he talks about it. He says, I don't drink water. I have a bit of low deuterium water just for my coffee. That's it. Like I do with the Evian, which is a cheaper version, but it's the same sort of concept. And basically the rest is hydration from fat, which is low deuterium. And you tend to pee less. So is an advantage. I can sit here for hours doing this sort of stuff or whatever. Yeah, it is a big advantage where most people would struggle for so long. They'd have to run to the toilet. And my wife wants to know about help with hair loss. She's watching on her phone. Well, MSM will help, which is a sulfur amino acid. Taurine will help. Biotin will help by eating more eggs, and protein, more protein. These are the things that help primarily. I have underlying, genes that make me go bald, but you don't see that. You see thick hair. I used to have alopecia and I was balding, but now, even my forehead there, it's just right in the front part. Got it? But I've cut my hair now, but you've seen me in other videos where I've got thick hair, that I grow really thick hair. So that's the difference. It's the difference because biotin, protein, MSM, sulfur is the keratin. I get really strong nails now, no brittle nails. Again, it's the sort of that sulfur amino acid that basically helps bind the keratin. That's what makes these things stronger. So, and oxalate can deplete those, which can actually cause this sort of problem as well. So, but the one that it really thickens the hair, and I was at one stage I was using so much MSM sulfur, my hair was, and biotin, I was eating so many eggs, my hair thickened so much. Even the lady that cut my hair before, I go to a barber now, but she basically was struggling to cut through my hair and goes, how the hell is your hair so thick, Harry? And I've got underlying genetics, mate. I've actually shown it on people, my 23andMe stuff on earlier. I'm not going to do it now, but on earlier live streams. So I'm about to go to bed shortly. Makes a difference, even though you've got a genetic predisposition. It's really, you've got to get the nutrients into the body, so protein, biotin, MSM sulfur, M for Mary, S for Sam, M for Mary, MSM sulfur. Look it up and make sure it is clean. No crap, no stuff like that. You can find the brand on iHerb. That Lukey, can you put it up for us, please, if you get a chance? Yeah, so people are keen to see records being broken. Challenge. I got work tomorrow. God, you crazy llama. Stop trying to challenge me. Kando Peru. I like the hairdo or whatever that is. Does hair loss is affected by genetics? Yes. Obviously, if somebody I've got genetics, but also if somebody's gone through a whole lot of generations where they're really bald, then it's really hard. Those genes are turned permanently on. People that have got a genetic predisposition like I have, those genes can be turned on or off depending on what you do. So as I was on a sad diet, I was getting alopecia and losing my hair. Like my cousins, both have got a lot of hair loss. Dad's got alopecia, spots. And that's getting better now that he's changing his diet slightly. And he's actually got far better improvement. His brother, on the other hand, his younger brother that's down here, he's quite bald as well, like his sons. So I've been able to reverse that, in a sense, by shifting to a carnivore diet, but also biohacking, not just the standard carnivore diet, like, getting meat in, but also getting more sulfur amino acids in, and using MSM. Taurine helps, don't get me wrong, and so biotin is very important. So is protein. But MSM seems to do really the trick. It seems to be like, I think because taurine gets used by so many processes in the body where MSM doesn't, it seems to get uptaken by certain collagen fibers that basically are involved in nail and hair. And so you end up sparing MSM and used specifically for those tissue types, which is great if you want to actually have better nails, for females that actually want to grow longer nails, and healthy nails that are very good, that don't break or become brittle. Plus, if you want really strong straight hair and long hair for women, MSM is great. Most of the women that friends of mine, they're all on MSM, all of them. They love it. And they love me for it. So, yeah. And they're also taking protein powders, because a lot of them, they struggle to eat enough meat. But anyway, that's another story in that one. Yeah, I know there seems to be that as well. But it's not the major one. There are insomnia and many other things that people are getting. There's quite a lot out there, issues. Yes. Anyway, I'm gonna have to go. Fuck. It's getting too late. Honestly, abundant amount of fat instead of lowering fat. Yeah, I'm still here. I better go. I'm gonna go. I'm leaving. Good night. Anyway, guys, thanks for being here. Well, friggin' hell, we're over 5.5 hours. I'm pulling the pin. I gotta get to sleep. Anyway, thanks for being here. Good night. See yous. And it's 20 minutes to 12 o'clock, and I better get to bed. I'm late as it is. Anyway, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. And goodbye, everyone, and take care. And I'll see you all in a fortnight's time. My regular sort of slot now, every fortnight, as you know. And I'll jump through everyone's quickly. And I'm out of here. See you guys. Good night.